Okay. Yes, I do. Yeah,
And once again, our first four pro classes lane assignments. Bingle Top Fuel lane 7 and 8. Hawaii Pro Fuel lanes 5 and 6. Falicon Pro Mod lanes 3 and 4. And Nitrous Express Pro Open lanes 1 and 2, please. Dustin Lee goes 006 on the bulb, 892 for the win. Shane Proctor tried but could not hold up to the Banff. The reigning Banff won it in grand style last year.
That's another 2+ years if you want to.
That's 4.
Actually, like 6 to 8 years.
I know, so yeah.
And now we're doing the broom and groom as we get the track ready for the onslaught of power that is Bingle Top Fuel. We're about to see 2,000 to 3,000 horsepower worth of motorcycles on the track at any one time, and it only takes 2 of them to make that much. These Top Fuel machines develop between 1,000 and 1,500 horsepower, and at least that much torque. This is supercharged nitro after all. And the best in the business are here once again doing battle. I see the Vantine Nitro Sports machine in the lanes. Dave Vantine, one of the quickest in the sport already during his relatively short but extremely well-defined trajectory into the Top Fuel ranks. He's been 577 on that machine, an historic machine in its own right. In existence, of course, Jim DeTellio Puppet, the patron saint of chassis design. It was, in fact, finished by another dearly departed, extremely famous drag racer by the name of Gary Clark. So, a lot of provenance, a lot of history in that machine. Whole lot of history right there. And certainly one of the most significant by Trimtex, being pushed by the ever-faithful Chuck Stewart. This is the long-awaited successor to the machine. In many ways evocative of Blue, because, you know, when you've got something that works, well, you don't want to change it too much. Quite frankly, I wanted to do an evolution, not a revolution. And when you're already the quickest bike in the nation, that's a great place to work from.
I did it straight out of high school.
It's gonna be awesome. His plan was to drag Jeremy to the racing like a.
See Mike Dryden of the Nitro Conspiracy team out there conferring with his cohorts on the Trimtex sponsored Larry McBride Spider-Man team.
People can hear you if you're talking.
Right after it's sprayed, you just rip it right back up. So we're wasting our time here prepping the track for you. So guys, please stay off the start line. There's nothing you're going to...
Let the man do what they need to do out there. Well, no, don't go. Oh, hey, we're going to just stay off that starting line for the time being while prepping continues. Coming up next, Bingle Top Fuel. When all is said and done, at the end of the day, these are the quickest and fastest motor purpose. Okay, I'm a little biased. I'm a drag racer. I like drag machines, but, you know, acceleration, detail, expense, resources expended. As far as motorcycles go, if it gets any more wicked than this, prep starting line out there, so we'd appreciate it if you left it that way. Let the VHT set, let it do its job, because if we get up there and disturb it right away, that could be where that top fuel bike strikes the tire about 2 feet out. You don't want that. So let's be gentle on that freshly prepped surface. And crew for bike number 290. Apparently your bike is disabled near the top end of the track. Bike number 290, if your crew would be so kind to come collect you up there, bike number 290 is currently disabled near the top end of the track. And that moment we've waited for has arrived. We're about ready to put Bingle Top Fuel on the track. Field. And what more can you say about the ongoing and increasing health of Top Fuel than that? And there are still resurgence in Top Fuel, not only finally fulfilled out of his racing innovations shop there in Oklahoma City. So Sam Wills, motorcycle drag racing Top Fuel these days. Bingle Top Fuel. Looks like we're going to start the action out here with the Van Tynes. A few years. Let's pool our efforts, and next thing you know, boom, Dave Van Tyne had always been a factor in pro mod racing for so many years. Pairing will put Dave Van Tyne up against a Top Fuel Harley. The Sowers Top Fuel metric machines. And about the only thing these two machines have in, and the other is a smaller displacement but high revving inline 4-cylinder class here. And we're going to run them up against each other. There, you'll know exactly who that is. That, of course, is Don Johnson of American Cycle. Harley racing for about as long as there's been Nitro Harley racing. Falicon Pro Mod, lanes 3 and 4. Nitrous Express Pro Open, you're invited to lanes 1 and 2. After which we will then move into the street tire classes that are part of our pro category, our pro lineup. And that, of course, will be Pro Street, brought to us by APE. You'll be in lanes 7 and 8.
Hey, Rod, how you doing?
If you arrive now, just pull in behind Top Fuel, who are already in the 7 and 8. And Shinko WPS Real Street, you'll be in lanes 5 and 6, right behind the Hawaii Pro Fuelers, which are currently occupying on the track. In most instances, we'll see the blown inline machine, which of course will be Dave Vantine in a VP lane. He'll fire up, do a rolling burnout first, and as you can see, he's got a crewman all the way out there by or past the 60-foot clocks. That's about where he expects to end up. They will push him back, and while they begin to push him back, the Top Fuel Harley, driven by Mr. Sowers here in the Pepsi lane, will fire up and do a burnout and roll right to the line. So two very different approaches here. And, I'd have to say, I don't know that one works better than the other. I think both of these approaches are steeped more in tradition and history than anything else. It's just how they've always done it, so it's how they're going to do it again today. So you can see Dave ready to roll. Here we go. Vantine Nitro Sports, a 5-seat. Someday soon, one of these formidable machines will bump into the 560s, but it's been a long, very interesting journey to get there. Sowers with a very different sound on that big Harley V-twin machine. And how big is that? Well, I can tell you. That is a 200 cubic inch 2-cylinder. So that's about one coffee can per hole. And it sounds like it. To put that into perspective, if that was a V8 engine, it would be an 800 cubic inch V8. But let me tell you, it's a big one. But it even has more stroke than your typical 800 cubic inch V8. They will only rev this Harley to about 4,500 RPM because it has so much stroke. This machine, how much torque these Top Fuel Harleys make, and that's what really makes them quick. Apparently, besides that, it's not worth finishing the pass under full throttle on only one cylinder, and puts down a leisurely 853. So, we're talking about is this is pro racing. Once we turn a tire in the burnout box, our pass has begun. And if for one reason or another we are unable to leave the line under power, then we just don't leave the line at all. There are no redos, but not at all, not at this level. So that is the rule, and we will stick to it because that's how it's done at the upper level. Here, and let's talk about these two bikes, equally significant as the last pair. And again, Pepsi Lane, as ridden by the still developing but ever improving Michael Beeland. Sponsor is a blower attached to the machine. He's just not using it yet, and he will. But at this time, they are continuing to work out the tune-up, normally aspirated. Like I said, at 200 cubic inches of nitro with like 5.5 inches of normally aspirated machines on two wheels on Earth. This is it. When you look at normally aspirated Top Fuel Harleys to be out in front of the 4-cylinder bikes in that comparison. Machine. And what's new about it? Well, a lot of things. Primarily, though, the engine and the aerodynamics. The Wine team, who have been involved in very formidable Top Fuel efforts dating back as far as Tony Lang in the 1990s, have developed their very own engine. The ATF1 engine in this machine is their own design, is on this machine again. And that leads to the other unique aspect of the machine that I'm mentioning, which is its aerodynamics. Corey had a bad habit of coming off the last bike that they had together, to the extent that after it happened more than once, ultimately the machine got damaged beyond repair. Fortunately, Corey didn't. And now he's out here riding this brand new L-Line powered machine. And if you'll notice, as compared to most other Top Fuel bikes, this one has a little more forward bodywork on it. And this is what they're experimenting with. And did anybody else catch that Firestone label just get annihilated there? Oh yeah, another one of those traditions of drag racing. And here we go again with Corey Hogan riding an L-Line tuned machine, but now with an L-Line built engine in it. So it's a very unique machine, very revolutionary, and it has a different bike spin as quick as 640. Now back to the Pepsi lane, Mike Beeland, learning more and more about this Shield Bright sponsored machine. He's been deep into the sixes on it. The bike is capable of going as quick as 612. It has been that quick before. That's just a whisper away from the 5-second zone. But that's as quick as Top Fuel Harleys have gone to date. They haven't been into the 6.0s or 590s yet. It will happen. It's just a matter of when it will happen. So right now, not a bad matchup here. Mike Beeland continues to make strides on this Don Johnson owned and tuned machine. And Corey Hogan, the fastest man on two wheels on the drag strip. Corey's on a good pass. Looks like they put a lot of clutch slip in it. Look at that. 612. Congratulations to the entire L-Line crew there. That pass just looked pretty from one end to the other. 107.64, 277 into 330. A very stout 409 in the second passes I've ever seen out of one of these bikes. So that says a lot about where they're going. And yeah, the best is certainly yet to come on that new bike. He left before the tree was activated, so he has no numbers to work with. As far as we don't know how quick he went, he's got no numbers to compare against data. So they'll both be back for the second round, and dare I say it, could we see the first ever 5-second pass out of the ATF weekend as well? Now next up, two of the most legendary men in this category and have been for decades. Sam Wills, our current points leader and event winner in Valdosta, going up against the man, the legend, the Spider-Man, Larry McBride in the Pepsi lane, our national champion in Bengal Top Fuel. Larry had a very scary late season last year. He had And that was fascinating. You know what? I think I just saw Larry do something we haven't seen him do before. He is most often doing a rolling burnout, but he appears to be taking a little bit of a clue from what Sam Wills has been doing with that new Nitro Conspiracy machine, changing up the burnout sequence a little bit. Of course, you know, what Sam's been doing is doing a burnout against the front brake instead of the rolling style burnout, and it seems to be working for him. So, different approaches, different things are trying. So far, this track has held a 612. Can it hold a 6.0 or a 5 something? I think it can, and either of these machines are capable of showing us if this is the time. Of course, the trickiest part of one of these thunderous Top Fuel machines is the clutch. It's all about the clutch at the end of the day. What they do with the clutch is the biggest determinant of how much power they can put down without spinning the tire. Both machines are working with a new clutch that was developed by the McBride Racing team. 4:19 at 195 at the 8th, and I know that sounds like, wow, only? But he's capable of so much more. That 6:31 puts him in a number 2 position behind Corey Hogan's 6:12. Sam Wills spins the tire, had a little too much clutch, a little too much torque, could not put it down, and goes 10:58 on a pedaled pass. The 6:12, number 2, the Spider-Man, Larry McBride, with a 6:31. Number 3, Russ Sowers, with an 8:53. Number 4, Sam Wills, with a 10:15 horsepower. Amazing combination. Now we move into Hawaii Pro Fuel. And for everything that the Top Fuel bikes represent as far as being technologically astonishing, these bikes are really more of a throwback. They have no transmissions. They have no electronically controlled clutches. They don't even have fuel injection. These are carburetors on nitro. Combination alive, and it's really formidable. They've been as quick as 7:09, just knocking on the door of the 6-second zone on these very effective yet very basic machines. It's a traditional historic class that's been around for a long time. Here from St. Augustine, Florida, it's Preston Bartlett in a VP racing lane. Preston's been one of the many students of the Hawaii Racing Hawaii Racing. They offer this school a couple times a year. In the Pepsi lane is John McConnell from Darlington, Maryland. It off the line. Well, he goes 7.50, 750 with a 2, much to the delight of his crew. Preston, I think, has not gone quicker than that on that. Speaking of machines that are still developing, here's a guy who's been in the game, I think, about as long as anybody's ever been in this particular Pro Fuel game, and that, of course, is Kirby Apathy, the V-Twin Performance Team, now located out of Florida, finally moved away from the frigid climes of Indiana, taking on a fellow Florida resident, Cliff Holly, on one of the Willie Hirschberger bikes, and I think that's Willie right there helping Cliff Holly with the machine. So Kirby Apathy built everything he races and has been running this bike for years. It's just an amazingly effective chassis. It hasn't become outdated. Now he's got his new gunfighter engine in it. Kirby's bike sounds strong. Kirby, of course, went a near career best with it last time out. And he's just getting that new gunfighter engine to really do what he needs it to do. So, lovely Lana just did the last tire wipe. Kevin Zadunzik, Nitro Kaz, as we call him, taking a good look at Kirby's machine. Kirby also has been 4 years multi-time event winner and national champion, Kirby Apathy. The line does not hit the clutch and turn the tire the way he needs it to. Cliff Holly, on the other hand, goes 7.44 with a 6, now pushing back Preston Bartlett from that number 1 qualifying position. Cliff Holly now on the pole with a 7.44. Preston Bartlett, number 2, 7.50. John McConnell, number 3, 8.29. Kirby Apathy, we just saw him run that aborted pass of 12.65. But there's more. When it's Pro Fuel time, there are many more. Here comes a couple of stars right now. Rocky Jackson, sponsored by just about everybody. Fast Coon-Ass Racing, the Bandito Race Team and Tires, Gulf Coast Tattoos, Buffalo Wild Wings of VP Racing Lane. One of the most fascinating racers I've ever met. Going up against one of the... Tyler, a developing talent, gets quicker every time out. Don't change it if you don't have to. Rocky gets out first, but Tyler Wilson is right there with him at the quarter mile. Rocky is now your into the number 2 position, and it's just every pass here. I should say every pair. First we were in the 50s, then we're in the 40s, now we're in the 30s. Could we see 20s this round? Well, we sure could. Because there he is once again. Man, the legend, Johnny Vickers. Now, I don't know if that's Vickers in those leathers. I can't see his face from here. Do we have Johnny once again? Yeah, it looks like Johnny. Absolutely. So, Johnny, who has been off the bike for a couple of races, is getting back on it here. And, of course, you know, on some of these Hawaii machines, and I mean this in the most respectful way possible, it seems like musical chairs. We don't know who's riding which one or which race, but they're always all quick, and there seems to be no shortage of people riding them. And such a Cruz, who in his day job is a boat captain. And as I understand, it's no small boat either. So he goes from running this. Cruz aboard, taking on the man, the quickest bike in the class at this time. Johnny Vickers on his new style. All indications are so far that they're on the right track. The machines are working very well, as are the engines. They continue to develop depth. So apparently Rocky Jackson may have left a bit of liquid on the track surface. We're getting a good look up there. And we always appreciate that when a racer is considerate enough to let us know that they believe some liquid may have come out of their bike, because doing the right thing. Very much appreciated. And apparently our starter caught it also. Must have seen a bit of the oil come out of the side of the machine and got a good look. So very observant track. That has gone 7-0 in a handful the track. Guy's got a brand new tire on it. And oftentimes we won't expect world-class performance out of a brand new tire. But one of the things to keep in mind is these high gear only bikes don't have a tendency to smoke the tire because they really just don't have enough torque multiplication off the line to do so. You'll rarely see a Pro Fuel bike ever smoke the tire. And it almost has to be absolutely horrible traction conditions and or a big miss on the tune-up to even get there. So, could Johnny go quick? He sure could. Right now it's a 114 to the 60 foot. 451 to the 8th mile. 724 with a 3 for Johnny Vickers. So there it is. We saw 750s, we saw 740s, we saw 730s, and now the 720s. With each successive pass, they're getting quicker. And hey, not a bad effort there for Gordon Cruz either with that 758, one of his better laps to date. And I'm sorry, that's Pro Open, Nitrous Express, Pro Open bikes. I need you to the lanes. You are in lanes 1 and 2, and we are missing some of you. You will be out after Falicon Pro Mod, so we need you up here right away. And, of course, APE Pro Street, need you in lanes 7 and 8. Shinko WPS Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. Here's an interesting program. Jeanette Thornley, Dream Chaser Racing. That she is chasing her dreams at this point in her life, having done all the other things she wanted to do. Now she is the NHRA Pro Fuel Champion, having been crowned in 2015. Look at Jeanette yank that thing over to the left like a seasoned professional, which she is certainly becoming. Position, pushing Cliff Holly now into the number 4. So there you have it. After one round, it's Johnny Vickers on top, 724. Rocky Jackson right behind with a 738. Jeanette Thornley, we just saw go 741. Cliff Holly went 743 for number 7. John McConnell went 829 for number 8. And in a position we're not likely to see him in for very long, Kirby Apathy rounds out the field at number 9 with a 1265. Expect that to change very quickly. Now it's time for Falicon Pro Mod. Powerful machines, but you will not find any that are this efficient in terms of creating ET with the power they have. They've dabbled with the high 3-second zone in the 8th mile for years. Currently, only bikes that can even hang with these in the first 60 feet are the top fuelers. These bikes regularly go under the 1.0 60-foot range, and that is an area that, until these Pro Mod bikes started to go there into just this stellar performance. Spencer Allen goes 429 for the number 1 qualifying position, just ahead of Mickey Corley, who's 434. Wasn't quite enough to keep Spencer from number 1. So it actually has 2 separate exhausts, and that's why it has such a different note than all of these 4-into-1s. Different approach. He likes it. A couple of the bikes have tried it over the years. They like it. Next up is David Norris going up against a bike I can't quite recognize from here. Bike number 180. And the judges are taking a look. Bike number 185 is... well, of course, it's Travis Davis. And shame on me for not getting a closer look at him when he came past the top. He had a great showing at Valdosta earlier this year here in the Man Cup Vangenheim Series. Travis goes 105 to the 60 foot and jumps right into the number 1 qualifying position with Dave Norris from Bryans Road, Maryland, right behind him with a 424 for the number 2 position. So Travis Davis did not show the stellar 60-foot times we typically expect to see. That was only a 105 60-foot. That's probably got a lot to do with why we didn't see him go into the 4.0s this time. But it's a lot easier to gather data and work your way up to a quicker pass than it is to just woof the tire and basically lose all the data. So he's coming at it from the more careful direction, and that's the way to do it. When you only get 3 qualifying passes, you have to make each one count. If you get to your goal early, that's cool. but it's real easy to thwart yourself and not get all the information you need. Number one plate with the Dan Rudd team, where MPS, Dan Rudd, Bill Vose, and Mike Tian took the Man Cup Pro Mod plate with that Hayabusa powered machine. What an amazing OET at some of our events, so we're glad to see that. Mike Murders Alike goes 001 on that Pro Tree. Great work for Mike. The 438 is a little less than they'd expected. Matt Profit steps up with a nice 432. Matt and Charlie Profit had a great outing at the first race of the year, going down into the 4.0s with these bikes, so I see a lot more coming from the Profit camp, as well as Mike Tian. We know he's got a lot left in that machine. Now Cannell Smith on one of the remaining Kawasaki's in this class. Most of these machines are built on and classified as Suzuki's, even though there is a little bit of blending of the types. But as far as we're concerned, this one here is a Kawasaki. All Kawasaki pairing here. Cannell Smith manages a 433. George Whitaker well behind with a 483. So far we've got 4 bikes in the 430s, and more are coming. Little Tommy Saxon in the VP Racing lane going up against Carlos Wilkerson on that Cooper Performance tuned machine. Both of these machines very capable of exceeding the 483 bump that we currently have. Pumping a lot of black smoke as they feed that nitrous all the fuel it can ask for and a little more. Tommy Saxon quicker than that. That would be Travis Davis, currently on the pole with that earlier 416. Here comes a couple of extreme performance machines. Brunson Grothus from the Grothus family, 67 years old this year, yet is still on one of the quickest drag bikes in the world. And I'm telling you, that is inspiration for all of us guys who are of a certain age, who look up to Paul as showing us, you can still do it. All you need is the will and determination. Paul Gas and Fast by Gas, still bringing it after all these years. Both of these machines capable of running in the 4.0 second range. Of course, Fast by Gas is on a brand new chassis this year, finally retiring his old converted Pro Stock piece. Paul's bike sheds apart at about the 330, but goes 412 with a 4. So apparently whatever part he left behind on the track strip wasn't necessary to be the quickest bike on the property so far this weekend. We're going to run down there and see what that part was. Hey, be careful when you go to pick that up. Might be hot. So Paul Gast throwing down, but not to be completely overshadowed there. Brunson Grothus went 419 with a 2. Certainly a strong performance there, a lot to work with. And I dare say we're going to see some 4.0s this weekend. We're just taking a more careful approach. Wait a minute. I think Brunson's still down there on the line. No, that's Shane Epperjesi. That's right. Shane Epperjesi and Terry Wynn, next pair up. Terry Wynn's up here from Jacksonville, Florida, that is. And Shane Epperjesi made the trip from Lake Dallas, Texas. Well, you know, I could just start it from 7 and 8 again. What's your thoughts? Right behind Travis Davis now with that 4:17.9, just ahead of Brunson's 4:19. So of the 4 bikes we have here so far in the teens, they have 2 of them. So there you go. Paul Gass, number 1 qualifier, 4:12. Number 2, Travis Davis, 4:16. Number 3, Shane Epperjesi, 4:17. Number 4, Brunson Grothus, 4:19. Number 5, David Norris with a 4:24. Number 6, Spencer Allen, 4:29. Number 7, bike number Con Pro Mod. Sportsman classes. We're going to start with Ultra 460, brought to us by Grothus Drag Bikes in lanes 3 and 4. And then it's MTC Engineering Supercomp to lanes 1 and 2, please. So once again, that's Grothus Drag Bikes, Ultra 460 to lanes 3 and 4, Supercomp to lanes 1 and 2. Quick look at the ratio when bikes like these are rolling up in Nitrous Express Pro Open. And if you don't know what Pro Open means, let me tell you what it means. It's open. But what does that mean? Well, that's pretty much all you need to know. Anything goes in Pro Open is what I'm trying to get across here. It doesn't matter what fuel, what engine, what wheelbase, what tire, what transmission. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's a blown top fuel bike. If you want to run it in Pro Open instead of top fuel, you can do so. And that's the unique allure of Pro Open. Because there are no rules, anything can run in it. And we see the most outrageous combinations of pairings here that you'll see in motorcycle drag racing anywhere. Right now, great example, Mike Chonglis in the Pepsi lane on a turbocharged Kawasaki going up against Charlie Thies on the supercharged alcohol and a little bit of nitro burning Kawasaki in the VP racing lane. So just outrageous diversity in speed Just making that supercharger sound. Nothing else sounds like that machine here this weekend. Charlie needs a restart. His starter running up to give it another go. Meanwhile, Mike Chonglis looks on and says, all right, I'll give you a little bit of time here, but not too much. Get that thing fired up and get it to the starting line because it's time to qualify in Nitrous Express Pro Open. Hey, once again, Grothis Drag Bikes 460 class to lanes 3 and 4, please. MTC Engineering Super Comp to lanes 1 and 2. By now, we should have all of our Street Bike Pro classes in the lanes, and of course, that would be APE Pro Street to lanes 7 and 8, and Shinko WPS Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. Not a bad pass at all for Mike Chonglis. 740 with a 9 at 171.40. Lots of potential left in that bike, but Charlie Thies's machine does not satisfy. Makes some beautiful noise, but just did not seem to have a smooth tune-up in it that time. So Charlie will be back in the next round. He's got 2 more rounds left to put down a good number. But now, oh my goodness, what do we have in the in the VP racing lane except the quickest no-bar bike in drag bike history? They said it couldn't be done. Could you go 640s without a wheelie bar? Well, who stepped up to prove it has been as quick as 646? No wheelie bar, small slick, and about who knows how many horsepower. I'm guessing somewhere in the 700 range. This is the bike they call Tink Tink with Joey Gladstone aboard. Look at it go, and Joey just decides, I don't have the traction, I'm going to pedal it. Probably the best idea to save the equipment. Tink Tink just unable to make it go, and look at that. Joey does exactly the right thing. He doesn't know it's broke. I don't think he even thinks it's broke, but he thought just in case it might be broke, since it spun the tire so hard, I'm going to get well off the racing surface, and he gets way over there to the left side of the lane and just does the right thing. So, it does not hit that time, but they have a lot of tuning tools for that machine. They may still pull it together. Now up, Nikki Zaki from New South Wales, getting helped out by Mark Rendeluck, a perennial heavy hitter and champion here in Nitrous Express Pro Open. And I'd have to say New South Wales, I don't think that's in America. I believe Nikki is a British lady who has come over here to play with us on American racetracks with American know-how and experience, like Mark Rendeluck right there helping her out. So Nikki's going to take a solo pass. And Nikki takes the long way down the track. Still manages a decent number, a 729 at 173. All right, bike number 69, we're going to roll you up. Bike number 69, of course, would be Andy Gaskins out of Kissimmee, Florida. And Andy is taking a qualifying pass here in Nitrous Express Pro Open, but it's also a licensing pass, so we're going to run her on her own, as we will do with new racers who are putting down their licensing passes. And this pass will be observed by racers and sanction crew to make sure that Andy's bike, as well as Andy's skills, are up to par for Nitrous Express Pro Open competition. The world's most amazing street-tired motorcycles. Yes, that's right. APE Pro Street. 6-second, 220 mile per hour street tire action. Another one that just seemed impossible not too many years ago and is commonplace now. So many of these pro street racers have now dove into the sixes. Used to be there wasn't but a handful of them, maybe one or two. Now I think there's 10 or 15 of these bikes have been down into the 6-second zone. So many teams have put it together and made it happen. Amazing technological team effort here in Pro Street as they have determined how to get these bikes on the track, and it's awesome to watch. Never seen anything like this in the sport before. And making a call for J.E. Piston Grudge Class. If you are here and you have bought a Grudge Tech card, come on down to Lane 7. J.E. Piston's Grudge to Lane 7. And as far as Grudge cards go, if you bought a Grudge Tech card last night, it is also valid for today's Grudge passes. So, if that's not entirely clear, go ahead and check that out. You can run today on the Grudge card you purchased last night. Once again, that's J.E. Piston's Grudge to Lane 7. And now we're going to watch Andy Gaskins take a licensing pass here. She's up here from Kissimmee, Florida. After Andy makes this pass, we're going to see our reigning Pro Open champion, Mark Rendeluck. Mark Rendeluck's doing it a little different. He's got a pro mod that he runs on the quarter mile, as opposed to the much more common 8th mile pro mods like we saw just a little bit ago in Falicon Pro Mod. Which, of course, is why we find Mark Rendeluck here in Pro Open. Andy's bike sounds like it needs a clutch. Clutch did not work quite correctly, and we see a little bit of smoke up there on the big end, so we're going to have to get a good look at the track. Let's make sure that that extended high rev in the engine maybe wasn't something that led to liquid departing the engine. So soon we will be through this first and very exciting round of pro qualifying, which of course we're going to finish it up with the likes of Pro Street and Real Street. Moving then right into sportsman qualifying, which will start with Groth's Drag Bikes 460. You're coming out of lanes 3 and 4, and MTC Engineering Super Cup out of lanes 1 and 2. And so we need ABE Pro Street to lanes 7 and 8, and Shinko WPS Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. Mark Rendeluck's bike sputters a little bit off the line, doesn't put down the clean 60-foot time he's normally associated with, and only pulls a 7:15. So Mark, who has been in the 650s with that machine, has a little bit of homework, but it's still good enough to nail down the number one quality, 8:21. Charlie Thies rounds it out at number 6 with that 9:34. Once again, Shinko WPS Real Street, we're in danger of not having enough of you in the lanes here for this round, so please make your way to the lanes at Shinko WPS Real Street. So while we do a little bit of track grooming here, I'm just going to call out all the sportsman lane assignments. Bear in mind, I'm not calling you all to the lanes at this time. We're going to just, of course, kick it off with Groth's Drag Bikes and Ultra 460 and MTC Engineering Super Cup. But here are all of the sportsman lane assignments, and we will stick with these throughout the weekend. Growth is 460. I've been calling, of course, to lanes 3 and 4. MTZ Engineering Super Comp to lanes 1 and 2. The mini dragsters are here this weekend, and by that we mean motorcycle and or snowmobile powered four-wheeled machines. And so this is going to be an interesting experiment. You're going to be coming out of lanes 7 and 8. Wiseco Street Fighter will be in lanes 5 and 6. Star Racing Top Gas comes out of lanes 3 and 4. And Worldwide Bearing Crazy 8s out of lanes 1 and 2. Once again, I'm not calling all of you at this time. Those are simply your lane assignments. Remember them, embrace them, follow them. And when it's time for you to come, I will call you. Now, of course, we're always trying to pack the lanes up ahead of time so we don't run out of bikes. But I know it's hotter than blazes out there today, so I will do my best to not call you just crazy early. And you can also always take a look at what's going on in the lanes at any one time. The run order is as established on our sheet. So when you take a look there and you look at what's going on in the lanes, you've got a working idea of just how close we are to running your class if, for instance, you haven't heard my call or just haven't been paying attention. Either way. Okay, but in any case, we'll do our best to not make you stay in the staging lanes for hours on end and bake like raisins in the sun. And we'll keep the ball rolling here at the DME Nationals. Next up, APE Pro Street. So while you're cruising to Manufacturers Midway this weekend, do stop by the Rockingham souvenir stand, which is at the end of the main concession stand. They've got brand new Rockingham souvenir t-shirts there. And like I alluded to earlier, hint, hint, Father's Day is next weekend. So if your dad's like my dad, he will love some Rockingham and or Man Cup swag. So check it out down there at the Rockingham, at the end of the concession stand is a souvenir stand. And they've got brand new Rockingham Dragway shirts. Show your love for one of the racetracks that supports motorcycle drag racing like no other. It is The Rock. Down there on the Manufacturers Midway are a number of high-end teams. I described some of them earlier. They are also including a new forming team. Conley Racing is down there, and they're working, of course, closely with DME on their Pro Street effort. An old face that's back on the tour with us is George Baber and the Baber family, who I have been really impressed with seeing some of his daughter's work in the graphic arts and media departments. So George Baber, old friend, back on the scene. Good to see you out here, George. And he's down there on the Manufacturers Midway. So, you know, if you're a nostalgic guy like me, go check out George and, you know, swap some stories. You know, some of these stories are so old by now that we're not even sure if they're lies anymore, but we keep telling them. It's all good. Vanson Leathers is here, and when we speak about long-term companies that have been supporting our sport forever, we have to mention Vanson as well. Vanson, of course, is also tied in with the PR factory store, Plesser Racing. I don't know if they're here this weekend. I don't see them on my list, but they are here in terms of Vanson Leather. So down on the Manufacturers Midway. And for all of you racers who are looking for a little hydration, the Christian Motorcyclist Association is here providing free ice water to racers. So stop by and get your fill. Can't drink too much water on a hot weekend like this. But I'll tell you what, so far it hasn't been all that bad. Humidity is low. The cloud cover is helping a little bit too, and that of course also helps us keep that racetrack at a manageable temperature, because of course if that gets too hot, that's not a good thing either. So far we haven't seen wholesale tire smoke, so we know that the track is doing its job well, and that's why we keep on grooming it. Takes a lot of effort to keep modern racetracks at the peak of their capability, especially in this weather. So hats off to the Rockingham crew for making it the way we need it. And off we go. Jamie Lopez, one of the latest members of the 6 Second Club, going up against Chris Cannell. That Cannell Racing team, freshly equipped by DME. Chris is out there. Is it a 6? Not yet, not yet. Maybe I got a little anxious. But there will be 6 second performances here this weekend. You can be sure of that. Jamie Lopez, currently your number 1 qualifier with that 731. Chris Cannell right behind with a 735. These are the Pro Street machines. Generally Hayabusa powered, but always fast. We will see if all goes well, as it usually does. 670s or 680s this weekend at 220 plus miles per hour. Now up, one of the quickly emerging and developing racers in the class, Jeremy St. Julian, in the VP Racing lane, going up against Brandon Mitchin, who has also shown us a lot lately, but right there just showed us a tire spin issue. So Brandon saves the parts. Jeremy goes all the way through. 771 at only 149 for Jeremy, which indicates that he was likely onto the throttle well before the finish line. Yeah, especially since that was less than his 8th mile per hour of 150.88. So now Jeremy St. Julian is number 3, Brandon Mitchin, number 4. And in this pairing, we have one of the new rising talents against one of the extremely well-established talents in this class. That's Mark Paquette in the Pepsi lane on a Macintosh racing team. Mark, of course, is teamed up with Bud Yoder in this Macintosh-sponsored effort, and as a pair, they are one of the quickest sets of bikes out here on any given day. Rocky Tinker in the VP Racing lane is still cutting his teeth on his machine, and we expect he will become a member of the 6 Second Club soon. Mark Paquette Paquette goes 0.30 on the bulb, just rips it out to the 330 with a 3.1 second number, and there it is. That didn't take long. First blood in the sixes, 692 at a relatively leisurely 207 miles per hour, meaning there's a lot more power left to put in that bike should he decide to take it. But right now, Mark has gone for the efficiency of ET over the gross, vulgar horsepower, and at 692 puts him well ahead of everyone else at this point. But that could all change right now, folks. None other than a DME equipped bike, and we show that as a Jake Studer. It's so there goes Joey, 124 to the 60 foot out the back door, a 725 while he spins a tire. Aaron Litton, who we also saw go into the sixes in Valdosta earlier this year, only a 14.09. So, one year what he's truly capable of. Speaking of Williford Racing, here comes Rodney Williford. Rodney, who had about as long as there's been one, in the VP Racing lane. It is our friend from Aruba, the underwater welder named Terrence Angela. So how about that? That's a cool job. This guy just has fun, risk-taking adventures every day of his life, whether he's working or playing. And he's also just one heck of a nice guy to talk to. He really has that happy to be here attitude. So Terrence Angela, currently number 2 in Pro Street. And Terrence Angela shows the other side of the coin for the DME team, just behind Mark Paquette's 692. So there you have it. After one round, we've got 2 bikes in the sixes in APE Pro Street. Of course, that's Mark Paquette and now Terrence Angela. Moving on now into Shinko WPS. Now I'm going to also make a call for my mini dragsters. Those mini dragsters that are here that are motorcycle and or snowmobile powered, I need you to lanes 7 and 8. You will be out after MTC Engineering Super Comp. So once again, that's Grothis Ultra 460 to lanes 3 and 4, MTC Engineering Super Comp to lanes 1 and 2, and Mini Dragsters to lanes 7 and 8. And it looks like Marcus Hilton from Eden, North Carolina is having some issues getting the bike to cooperate coming out of the burnout. Eddie Chapman patiently awaits him at the line, but at some point is going to be allowed to go first. Yes, he is. Eddie Chapman is going to make his run. And Marcus Hilton is going to back it off. And just so we're clear, Marcus Hilton is done for the day. You can take that back to the pits and come back for the next round, Marcus. Eddie Chapman, what a cool character. He even turned his bike off while he was waiting. Did you check that out? That's fun. Eddie Chapman, 147 at a 60 foot. At the 8th mile, he goes a 547. It is at a 7-second pace. Eddie Chapman, now your number 1 qualifier. Coming up next, Jason Heron from West Columbia, South Carolina. Another one of those drag racing family affairs. He will compete against, or qualify against, as it were, Steve Stephen Dumas in from. Out the back door, Stephen Dumas manages a 919, but Jason Aaron puts up a good number for the number 2 qualifying position of an 823. And Agaro's Annabelle Merced, IDBL Real Street Champion, 794 with an 8. Nice work there, Annabelle. Annabelle right now right to the number 1 qualifying position, first 7-second pass of the weekend in Real Street. Amazing. Normally aspirated Hayabusa Real Street machine. No boost, no juice, all nuts. Joey Gladstone on the DME machine. Look at that thing, 60 foot, 130 to the 60. Jamie Lopez trying to keep up but cannot. And there you go, Joey Gladstone, number 1 qualifier, 787. Jamie Lopez, good crazy 8s pass, but only good enough for the number 5 position here in Real Street. So there we have it. After 1 round, Joey Gladstone jumps right to the front with a 787. Annabelle Merced, number 2 with a 794. Eddie Chapman, number 3 with an 812. Jason Heron, number 4, 823. Jamie Lopez, here from Statia in the Dutch Caribbean. I just like saying that because it's so cool. He went 888. And Stephen Dumas, number 6 with a 919. Now we move into Grothis Ultra 460. That's right, Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460 class, and this is where you can take, kind of like Pro Open, any type of bike you want. If it can run a 460, you can run it in this class. It is the quickest index class in motorcycle drag racing history, and as you might imagine by that 4.6 second number, is competed on the 8th mile. So we saw our other 8th mile class compete earlier today. That, of course, is Pro Mod, brought to us by Falicon. And this is the second 8th mile class, Grothis Drag Bikes Ultra 460. And at this time, I should also have MTC Engineering Super Comps in lanes 1 and 2, and Mini Dragsters in lanes 7 and 8. Now making the call for Wiseco Street Fighter to lanes 5 and 6, please. That's Wiseco Street Fighter to lanes 5. And JE Pistons Grudge share the same lane for the moment. The Grudge bikes will be out first, so they should be at the head of lane 7. Mini Dragsters are going to come out just after them. George Baber goes a 488. And, George Baber, I was just talking about him a few minutes ago and how he's been revisiting our events again after so many years. And little did I know he was going to actually show up on a 460 bike. Outstanding work there, George. And hey, currently #1 qualifier in Grotha's Drag Bikes Ultra 460. Keith Dennis made the trek down here from Cordova, Tennessee. Keith Dennis, who we fondly know as by his actually accepted nickname of Shine. So, Keith went a 492, way more left in that bike. I've seen him go 450s on that bike. And right now, we're going to have a quick look at the racing surface. So we've got the flashing red lights doing their thing. And we've just got to get the bikes off the end of the track, and we'll be good.
This is cool. This is called the tower. This is the press room here. This is where the guys
Why
take
is
pictures.
everybody wearing shorts and heels and boots and stuff?
Hmm?
I think Andrea's pretty.
You?
How can I see pretty?
Can you look?
So we'll get this bike off the racing surface. It's down there in the shutdown area and just ran out of oomph and could not make the actual turnoff. So we'll go down there and aid him and get him off the track, and we will.
What was she doing? Why I couldn't see?
What are you thinking?
Because I don't know what she was doing. With all the commotion going on, it's scary.
It's nothing for you to worry about.
Oh.
You need to worry about all of it.
But I think she's pretty though.
Hmm?
I think she's pretty though.
Yeah.
Georgia.
She's my daughter.
I know, she is pretty. She's really young looking. She's really skinny. And then because I'm gonna wait till I'm a little bit older so that Kaylee's more mature so that she can be able to talk about not unimportant stuff. Maybe she can have something different from when we were younger to say, you know what I'm saying? So more because we have not just the same last time. And next year we have a car, you know. So I'll just wait till I'm older. Because then,
So we saw Derwood Rawlings go a 462 with a 3. Not bad at all on that 460 index. Roderick Sanders not far behind with that 468. But my favorite pass of the round so far has got to be George Baber going a 480. Chase Morris now in Boo Brown. Boo Brown's in the Pepsi lane. Boo goes a 462 with a 7. Chase Morris 479 with a 9. Boo Brown just behind Derwood Rawlings now for the number 2 spot.
Good drive.
you can drive. I'll get her in the car and I'll take her to the mall with her friends. And I can show Emily where to go. And I'll be like, look, Emily, we got a car now. It's like you used to have one and we didn't.
Or you need to study a little more. This test is in the book. You got to learn what the book says, not what you think.
here's part of the fun of Ultra 460. Jay Beasley on the Pro Fuel Style Nitro Harley, crewed and built by Bobby Hoover there in the VP Racing Lane. Diversity lives on and thrives in a class like Ultra 460, and we'll see even more of that in a moment. Tim Shelton is in the Pepsi lane up here from Hardy, Virginia. Tim gets out first, 474 with a 1. Jay Beasley slows to a 498 with a 6. It was coming on hard in the back half, but they're going to have to get some more strength in the middle to get to that 460 index on Jay Beasley's Pro Fuel / Ultra 460 Harley Davidson. Next up, Barry Harvey. And I think Barry Harvey's been running this Kawasaki Turbo for a good long time. I've seen him on this machine for the better part of the last 20, 25 years. Going up against Ronnie Procopio, the Pro Mod style heavy hitter from Wake Forest, North Carolina. Ronnie Procopio, a multi-time champion in the MyRock series of Pro Mod and Pro Comp. Now here playing around in Ultra 460. And the starter decides it's time to do a little bit of quick prep on Ronnie Procopio's lane. Ronnie decides he'd like to get a closer look. Once again, J.E. Pistons Grudge, you need to be in lane 7 right now behind the mini dragsters. If we have any other mini dragsters that want to run, this is the time. You're in lane 7 and 8. Calling again, Wiseco Street Fighter to lanes 5 and 6. Star Racing Top Gas to lanes 3 and 4.
It was like, and then the data came, and then the next day was cute, and then the not Trey.
Chad's son.
Chad's son, yeah. Cute. How old's Chad? 20? Is he like 20, Chad? Wow. He waited that long to have kids? He's young looking, just still. They're all really young. So, at this autistic school, are the kids doing learn about autism and how to like teach it, or do we? And then the jobs.
There'll be kids. Hopefully, there'll be kids there that you can communicate with.
Oh.
Hopefully.
So the only purpose of that is so that I can make friends with people I like, or so that it's more easier for me to make friends, or before I wasn't making enough friends?
You don't have any friends in school.
Oh, that is true, but let me explain that. The reason why I don't is because, okay, I can explain it.
She was.
The first day I saw them, I was just so scared that first of all they were gonna fight me. I was scared that they were mean. I was scared they wore too much makeup, and I would be just like them. And Shayna eats too much donuts and doesn't pay enough attention to her friend enough to talk enough with me. She just doesn't. I'm like, hey Shayna, can I come to your house? Not that I'm allowed to, but she could have at least just been nice. She wasn't very polite because on the computer she was like, no.
So while we wait for the very competent and capable Rockingham staff to take care of that racing surface one more time, I'd like to make everybody aware that we do, of course, have the obligatory Man Cup souvenir T-shirts available at the Man Cup registration trailer. And this time around, of course, we are commemorating DME and their support of this event. They are the event sponsor. So the shirt features the world's quickest and fastest no-bar bike. Of course, it is named Tink Tink, and if you have ever seen it run, you know it is one of the most amazing machines we've seen in this scene in years. It is forever commemorated on this shirt, so check it out. New souvenir T-shirts available at the Man Cup trailer, and as with other events, they are unique to this event, so it's a collector's item. Don't waste any time because we run out of sizes as the weekend goes on. Get over there and get you some, and once again, hint hint, Father's Day next weekend. Grab lots of swag. Save that trip to the mall where you wander around wondering what you're supposed to do next. And just get some good stuff here. All kinds of great souvenirs, both at the Man Cup registration trailer as well as the Rockingham souvenir stand, which is at the end of the concession stands.
Be a friend, you know what I'm saying? 'Cause I cannot find a friend like Joanna, because Joanna would talk to you. She'd be like, yeah, I want to go shopping. Let's go out to lunch. We don't have to eat too much for lunch, but we can go out for a little bit of breakfast. And she's like, Monica, like, yeah, we can go out. I know we're too young and we can't be doing anything with boys too much because we're not married, but we can go to the mall with them when we get a little bit older, if we find a house or find a number or something. You know what I'm saying? And she's like, I even met her mom and her dad when they used to pick us up. The only thing we got in trouble for was we were trying to sneak out to a neighborhood to see somebody, and we didn't have a car. So that was the only thing. We didn't have a car, and we were in really big trouble because we were trying to pretend we had a car. Because the reason why we were trying to pretend we had a car was because we were like, I just really want to pretend to have a car because I think it's cool, and I really want one, and I really want to go to the neighborhood because she saw a cute boy and she wanted to not kiss him, but because we weren't into that when we were 12, because we were really like, but we wanted to just, I was like, okay, Joanna, I'll go with you, and she was like, yeah, I'll go with you too. He's not cute, but we just want to go because we want to get his number, because we knew this other boy, Colin, that tried to make us walk with him, and we knew how bad he was, and we were trying to get a hold of his mom and get him in trouble, but so it was for the good. It wasn't to get in trouble. We were trying to help him out. You know what I'm saying? Because we were just good friends. That's like you meet them and then they don't get you in trouble. And then when we jumped it, we didn't have a car, but we didn't get ran over because our mom said, and we were confused because she said, if you cross the street, make sure you look left and right. And we were like, yeah, we do that when we were little, so I think we can be able to do it. But we didn't get that we weren't supposed to leave off the school, so we got a suspension. Just because of Colin. Hey, we can go to the library now. Is there a library here? There's libraries at the mall. The library's at the mall. You can go to the library. So I can learn something, a couple of things, and study a little bit, and then leave. Hey, guess what? Have you ever played football before? Cause there was a football. Oh my goodness. There was a football thing. And these boys were playing football. Have you ever seen my friend Summer? One time, me and Summer, we saw her mom Tammy, and guess what she was doing? She's just like Aunt Georgia. She was tanning in her backyard, and she was like literally in a bikini, and she like her and her husband were like tanning, and we got to make s'mores and stuff. Well, as they were tanning, she is like
Nothing wrong with tanning in your backyard.
she takes off all of it.
Yeah. I just don't want to go there. I'm just talking about something good.
So anyways, we were making s'mores, right? And they were so good. They were so good. But I burnt the marshmallow, and I wanted everything on mine. Some of the girls just wanted, at her birthday party, just wanted regular s'mores, but she was like, I'll teach you how to make s'mores again. And so we were in her room, and her room is so pretty. It's not like, I've seen Joanna's I've seen a picture of her room, but her room is so pretty. It's got like lip gloss in it, like the static stuff like that. It's so cool. I didn't have a room like that though, but I wanted one like that. But
While we wait for the Rockingham track staff to bring it back up to snuff here for continuation of the Ultra 460 class, I've got a moment to share with you with Bradley Grothus up here. And we're going to talk a little bit about Grothus drag bikes and their ongoing, well, let's just say penetration into the markets of motorcycle drag racing. And
It is plenty hot. We're finally starting to get some great weather back up north, back in Iowa. But yeah, I wanted to come up here and let racers know that, especially in the Pro Mod and Pro Comp and Pro Open category, but even this 460 class, that we are so proud to be there. Yeah, absolutely. Our website, www.grothusdragbikes. A lot of folks can order products right through our website. We've got an e-store on there for a lot of the products we sell, such as our billet throttles, our billet front ends, and especially our sprockets and brake hangers, brake calipers, brake levers, many of the bolt-on components that a lot of these fast motorcycles and even the sportsman guys, which is where we started our roots and still are today.
And you guys have been a part of this sport for decades. And, you know, something I just wanted to mention that it seems to come up from time to time. We just saw George Baber make a pass on a bike, and I understand he took his old Pro Stock bike, put a stage of juice on it, and is out here running a course in your class, the 460 class. So, of course, you know, the big 800-pound elephant in the room is, when are we going to see Ed back out there?
Well, I think after a lot of our product development and continuation, he's certainly got a desire to get back on the bike. But just like myself, I haven't truly started riding yet because there's so much more I can do for our company. But he'll be back out there. There's no doubt in my mind as we continue to grow, and we've got a great team around us. Obviously, my mom and dad, incredible supporters of all that we do, whether it's racing or my brother Brody's wrestling, my other brothers Brian and Brunson, and all that they pursue. So yeah, we got a great thing going. When we purchased PMFR last year, that was a big endeavor for us. We were down to Florida from the Midwest over 3 different times. And that took a little bit away from our Grothus drag bike sides of things. But in order to really help motorcycle drag racing progress deeper into the future, we're going to keep PMFR alive. And that website is up and going, pmfr.com. You can reach us through that, or you can go to grothusdragbikes.com. Those are the 2 greatest ways to really get a hold of us.
Outstanding. Thanks for taking some time up here with us, and I can't wait to see the new product and continue to do everything you do. As I was just saying to you earlier, you guys have a great team. Like you said, the whole family's involved, and it really doesn't get much better than that. Congratulations. Thank you, Brad. Bradley Grothus Drag Bikes. And at this time, I would like to have my racers suit them up. It's time to go. And look at Ronnie Procopio, ever the game player. He didn't even bother taking his helmet off. He is just ready to roll. There we go. All right, so now, Ronnie Procopio and Barry Harvey. We pick up the action where it was just a few minutes ago before we did the broom and groom. Ronnie Procopio, multi-time MyRock Pro Mod champion, and Barry Harvey, who's had a ball running Top Gas with that Turbo Kawasaki for years. Now Barry Harvey's going to take a little shot at this 460 class. And for those of you that do the comparison of the 1/8 mile to the 1/4 mile, 460 bikes would typically be about a low 7-second pass in the 1/4 mile. So certainly a very quick index class, seeing as how the next quickest index class would of course be Star Racing Top Gas at 8:20. All right, so here we are looking at MTC Engineering Super Comp next, coming out of lanes 1 and 2. And we'll play with some mini dragsters, which of course are a unique thing we're going to play with here this weekend. What are mini dragsters? Well, they are dragsters and funny cars that are not quite full-scale cars and powered by motorcycle and or snowmobile engines. So it is a unique configuration that's been out there for a while. We decided to give these guys and gals a chance to come play at this event since we thought we might have some extra track time, and so we'll see some mini dragsters. One of them is something that Rob Bush has worked pretty hard with, a turbocharged Hayabusa. Of course, the Bush Racing team working on that. There goes Ronnie Procopio, 488. Barry Harvey only musters a 602. Not nearly enough, but Procopio's 488 will get him into the game. And the successive rounds, I suspect he'll dive down into the 460s that we know he's capable of. Now the journeyman Joey Gladstone. Back up again, now here in Grothus Drag Bikes Ultra 460. And of course, Joey gets to do something in his class that he hasn't done much of in recent years, and that is to let off the throttle. If he's out ahead, he's going to chop it just like any other index racer would. And usually Joey runs all the heads-up classes where letting off is not ever part of the bargain. So a little different discipline, but this guy can ride everything and has ridden everything. So no doubt in my mind that he will orient himself to this Ultra 460 bike quickly as well. Randy Butler's in the Pepsi lane. He's up here from Gallatin, Tennessee. Both riders shooting for that 4.60 index. Randy gets a little close to the center, has to bring it back. Joey, on the other hand, goes right into the 460s, 468 with a 4. Randy Butler threw a light on Joey with an 012. His 455 a little too quick, but very encouraging as far as being able to hit the index in one of the upcoming rounds. He's got 2 more shots to hit that 460. Right now, that puts Joey Gladstone in a number 3 spot. the last pair in Ultra 460. Looks like we'll have a total of 14 bikes in this first round. A great showing for the Growth's Drag Bikes Ultra 460 class. We're finishing it up with Bobby Lovingood Racing in the VP Racing lane, going up against Alan Fields from Climax, North Carolina. I like that name. Climax, North Carolina in the Pepsi lane. He goes 459 with a 3, misses the index by 7 thousandths of a habit. Outstanding round, all 14 bikes. And now we go into grudge competition. We've got a pair of grudge bikes here, and this means I cannot look at the monitor. No numbers for me, no numbers for you out on those boards either. When we run grudge, it's all secret. The only people that get to see the time slips are the racers.
No, there ain't nobody over here.
So while we let the grudge bikes do their thing, I'm going to do my thing a little bit and, of course, remind you of the great opportunities for Father's Day presents over at the Rockingham souvenir stand. Brand new Rockingham Dragway t-shirts available there. And, of course, you know Dad wants one of those Man Cup souvenir event t-shirts, too, that commemorate this, the DME Nationals. All of the cool swag over there at the Man Cup trailer includes this brand new t-shirt, which, because it's sponsored by DME, has their amazing Pro Open world's quickest no-bar bike. We also call that bike Tink Tink. Guess what? It's written by Joey Gladstone, and it is on that t-shirt. Check it out over at the Man Cup trailer, and do not wait too long, because if you do, you may miss out on your size or even the shirts altogether. So quickest you can get over there, the better.
Take it into AC while you can, huh?
Yes, sir.
I do not blame you. She is toasty out there.
Makes me want to go to sleep though, sitting there doing this. Oh.
I had to go work in the freezer while I asked him if I could put a chair in there and stay.
Oh my gosh. Someone brought me an apple at the starting line. I was like, this is the most delicious apple I've ever eaten.
Was it cold?
Yes. I've never tasted an apple so good.
What you up to, Brandon?
Oh, you know. First round's finally over. Pro round.
Still on.
How are you guys doing?
Cool now. It was a little bit warm when
Did you guys need some water?
I drank some before I came up here. Been
It's time for MTC Engineering Supercomp, the 890 Index, historic, traditional, and still being run after all these years. MTC Engineering 890. First pair of bikes up, Mark McCoy from Mayfield, Kentucky is on his 78 Kawasaki. Pablo Gonzalez is here from Carolina, Puerto Rico. He's on a 99 Suzuki. run the 890 index on the quarter mile, as close to 890 as we can without going under. And usually at these events, we will see by the time 3 rounds of qualifying are in the bag, we'll see no fewer than 4, 5, 6 or more of these machines running right on that 890 index. So let's see who draws first blood here. Can it be Pablo Gonzalez or Mark McCoy? Pablo gets closer, and 897 will put him in the game, but we'll see a lot closer to 890 before it's done, that's for sure. Now up is Harvey Hubbard in the Pepsi lane and Ryan Bolton in the VP Racing lane. Harvey gets out first in the 031 line against Ryan Bolton's 094. And boom, Harvey Hubbard real close to the perfect number. 892 with a 0. Ryan Bolton, about 700s too quick. There's Walter Houtailing, one of the Mystic men, down here from Mystic, Connecticut. 901 with a 5, and hey, Luis Hernando, Orlando, Florida, looks good. 892 with a 6. Another one of those racers getting real close to the 890 index. Right now, Harvey Hubbard on top of that 892 with a 0. Luis Hernando right on his tail, 892 with a 6. Next up is Barbie Busa, Angela Zambrana in the VP Racing lane. Ron Johnson, and I think that's that historic D&K chassis Kawasaki there in the Pepsi lane. The little bike still works pretty good after all these years. He's up from Mobile, Alabama. He goes 899 with a 7. Not too bad. Angie goes just under the index, 884 with a 6. One is a legal pass, or at least. Now it's John Spooky Markham in the Pepsi lane and Freddie Frazier in the VP Racing lane. And Freddie on the bill gets a little sideways off the line. Has to take the long way down. John Markham, on the other hand, has no such issues, goes 894. Nice clean pass, close to the index. I expect we'll see John Markham knocking on that 890 door real soon. Calvin Mason in a Pepsi lane suffers from something we technically refer to as a brain fart. Decides to leave at a completely inappropriate time. So that's not going to make for a clean qualifying pass on any level. On the other hand, Matt Smith in the VP Racing lane throws a decent 899. So now we have Shane Proctor on the No-Bar Street Tire Busa, running at 890 index. Larry Bradley, Deltona, Florida, in the VP Racing lane, running the Kawasaki. Cool matchup here. Slick and Bar Kawasaki against Street Tire Hayabusa. Right off the bat, Larry Bradley with a unfortunate. The 921 starting to get a little farther out in left field. 890 is what we're looking for here. 890, the Super Comp Index. And at this time, I should have my mini dragsters lined up ready to go in lanes 7 and 8. Wiseco Street Fighter should be ready to go in lanes 5 and 6. Star Racing Top Gas should be on their way to, if not already, in lanes 3 and 4. And we're not very crazy until we'll finish it up for the Sports Brown in lanes 1 and 2. Mark Trammell looking good. 891 with a 3 puts him right on the top of the action. Number 1 qualifier bumped out Harvey Hubbard to number 2. Jaleesa Minor in the VP Racing League, still working on her starting line skills. Dusty Brazel goes 188 on the bulb and 9 flat. So Dusty Brazel qualified number 9 with a 9 flat. Just behind Larry Bradley with a 9 flat with a 7. Now Barry Pryor Sr. finally sets aside the Honda Bagger and gets on something fast. An 09 Hayabusa. Going up against Brian Miner in a Pepsi Lane, Hinesville, Georgia. Barry gets out. Good, but a little early. That's all right. He still comes to qualifying pace. He can go 890. He cannot. Brian Miner spins the tire, and it's over early for Brian. But Barry will find up a couple more tenths.
There's a sandwich right there if you want some of the sandwich. Dustin brought it for me, but it was
Looks like we'll have 22 bikes. Actually, no, 24 bikes here by the time we're done in MTC Engineering Supercomp. Not a bad showing. And there goes Chad Otts. Perennial Man Cup champion, 894 with a 4. Ricky Scott Jr., 894 with a 9 in the Pepsi Lane. So they've got the 894s all figured out.
no, eat it.
That puts Chad in at number 5. Ricky Scott right behind him at number 6. And that's one badass mother, you know what, in the left lane. VP Racing Lane showing us Dustin Lee. Morristown, Tennessee goes 035 red. Spencer Claycomb takes him to school. Yeah, Spencer goes a 003 green.
I swear it's like he's turned into like a miniature unit.
But at the end of the day, let's see here. Dustin goes a little too close, or a little too quick. 888 with a 6. Misses the index by less than 200ths. So he'll get there.
Yeah, that's my Trav.
One more pass down the track here in MTC Engineering Super Competence. Boo Brown on his Hayabusa street bike.
What kind of dragsters are these?
They have motorcycle engines in them. It's called the Mini Drag Racing Association or something. United Mini, some kind of. And they have it can have a snowmobile engine, I think, too. But this one here, the dragster's got a big old giant.
Boo Brown's just going to take a single pass here.
Yeah.
Number he's looking for is 890.
I mean, but they like
Nobody's
a
been there
bunch
yet.
of them.
Could it be?
I guess
Boo?
there's like a few of them here, and they're all broke, and then none of them ran. It's like, wait, how can you be broke? You haven't run yet. It's like, did you come just to sit here broke? I don't know.
And there you have it. The last bike down the track in Supercomp bangs the number 1 qualifying position. First 890 of the weekend. Boo Brown draws blood. Your number 1 qualifier in MTC Engineering Supercomp. Boo Brown. Number 2 is Mark Trammell with an 891. Number 3, Harvey Hubbard, 892. Number 4, Luis Ornedo, 894 with a 9. And number 8, Pablo Gonzalez, 897 with an 8. Rounds out your top 8. 24 bikes so far in MTC Engineering Supercar.
What kind of speeds they supposed to do?
Now
Jake?
what we've got here are...
Well, that one's got a 570 on it. You know, that runs 8 mile 570s is probably
one mini funny car.
I don't know if they're going to run quarter or 8
Slightly
mile.
mini
I really
drags.
don't know.
They don't look so mini to me, but you know what we're saying. It's mini power.
This is as new to me as
And I
you.
believe the funny car in the Pepsi lane is being driven by an Oompa Loompa.
Swirly.
Nice burnout.
Pull it out before you take it out of the gate.
And there goes a turbo Hayabusa powered mini dragster. A little soft off the line with a 2:10 60-foot time. As I like to say, my grandma can run faster than that. But it sure got up and got going down there in the other end. 764 in the 8th mile.
Hi, Don.
Chrissy.
And that, my folks, is a mini funny car. And I think it needs a little less gear. I think it needs a lot less gear. But off they go. They're having fun. That's all that matters. Moving now into Wiseco Street Fighter. And of course, we should already have Star Racing Top Gas in lanes 3 and 4. Worldwide Bearing Crazy 8s in lanes 1 and 2. And that will, of course, finish off our qualifying round for the Sportsman. 1 of 3.
Computer and on the app on the computer. Which I can't use I can't use the same computer.
Well, probably it's mine. Sits there and does nothing.
Yeah, you can use yours. I'm just trying to figure out. So I have my phone. I can do this. Yeah, I downloaded that app. I told you that photo.
That's why.
Why is that what it was? Whatever that app was, I downloaded it.
Uh-huh.
Thank you so much. You were an adult.
Thank you.
You can upload like your logo, like a PG file of your logo. And it lets you lay it on top of it right up. It's super nice. It lets you put a drop shadow on it.
Really?
Drop shadow. It's nice.
I didn't know.
You know, pay the 99 cents. It's 99 cents a month for that feature.
I didn't do that.
Did you download the app? Was it on there?
No, I looked it up, but it didn't look like it was a logo thing.
Well, no, it's not, but it has an option in there. Once you download it, there's an option.
But she told me it was photo FY. I remember.
Photify, yeah, Photify.
So now we're in Wiseco Street Fighter. Wiseco Street Fighter competed on the 950 index. So we'd consider this to be an entry-level index class. It's our least aggressive one. I don't want to say the slowest index class because that just sounds lame. So this is our entry-level index class, 950 Street Fighter. Bob Carlson, nowhere near the number, but neither was Jerry Gribbons on that particular pairing. Each one looking for about 6/10 to hit that number they would prefer, 9.50. that good enough for number 1? It sure is. Right ahead of Walter Howtailing in the other lane, 9:59 with a 9. But I've seen Roy Johnson go back-to-back 9.50s with an O. No kidding. He's done it. So I imagine he will tighten up that 9:56 by a fair margin by the time it's all done.
I think we'll come down now and start up.
Terry T-Bird Singleton in a VB Racing lane and Danny Miller in a Pepsi lane. Will they hit the 950 index? Well, one gets real close. As a matter of fact, Danny Miller, now your number 1 qualifier with a 952. Terry T-Bird a little too quick, 943.
Cool down now. Miss Chrissy.
I'm good. A lot better than last time you saw her. Yeah. Lot better. I left my situation, so things are pretty quiet right now. Thank you.
Tom Lagas goes 288 on the reaction time, but that's all right. As long as he can run a 950 something. Stanley Russell in the Pepsi lane.
Did you,
Neither rider near the index. Tom Lagas slightly closer,
Yeah, I think I've
but
seen it.
both of them will be looking for about 3/4 tenths the next round.
no, little, Chrissy's little deal right there was like, that was like,
John
The
Spooky
lane
Markham,
with
Bowling
the,
Green, Kentucky, Pepsi lane.
situation.
Ryan Dale, Dalton, Georgia, VP Racing lane. John takes Brian to school on the light.
the lane
A
Bettis.
quarter of a second, ouch. And I'll tell you what though, when it comes down to running closer to the number, Brian
That was
covered
with
him.
Buddy.
Brian's 952 at a 7
I like
should be good
Buddy.
enough for number 2. No.
I like
Take
actually
that
all
back.
the guys on there.
Brian is
Mr.
on
Peters
top
was
of the
like
game
that.
right now. 952 with a 7, just ahead of Danny Miller's 952 with an 8.
These are old movies.
Now Ryan
Sitcoms.
Pignatelli from Bradenton, Florida is going up against
I make
Jerry
my
Turner
son's
of
watching now.
Bluff City, Tennessee.
Like this. Reruns between 7 and 8.
Jerry Turner does exactly that off the starting line and pulls a big left turn. Ryan Pignatelli much closer to
George
the index with his
stands in the
967.
I'm gonna go back down the lanes and go Serenity now.
That'd be awesome.
And this time I should have All-Star Racing Top Gas competitors in the lanes. That would be lanes 3 and 4. And Worldwide Bearing Crazy Outs to close out this. Excuse me, Crazy Eights to close out this, the first round of sports qualifying here at the DME Nationals.
That third video, but nothing. It's the same quality as the last two. I don't know what it is with my phone. I'm jinxed with those. Remember the last time I had it kept shutting off, remember? That's a new phone. I had to get a whole new phone. It's just my service sucks today. But the last couple of days has been fine. Just today. Wow. I was struggling out there. Those were the days now.
Yeah, it's getting rough.
I can't focus when I overheat like that. I can't shoot. I can't think. I know we gotta do this in Memphis. I know. When we went to last Memphis, it was like, I was dying. I was like, whew. Oh, Brandy, he asked me some questions about this. He wants to know, like, if people wanted this, he thinks that these would sell really expensive. How much, that's the question. It's like, do you think people will pay $100 for it? That's what he said to me. And I
All
said,
right, and so a bit of a
I don't know,
revision
Brandy's
to
putting
the
that kind of stuff on.
scheduled order
Ask
of
her, I don't
qualifying
know.
and eliminations today. If you follow the sheet you got, you will see that we show sportsman round 2 qualifying occurring after eliminations round 3 for street 18, pro 18, v-twin 18.
That's what Dustin did, yeah.
Okay, we are at the end of sportsman qualifying right now. We'll be soon. What we're going to do is we're going to go to the pro round 2 at 3:30. We've got the pros more or less hard scheduled. They will come in at 3:30. So we will move the third round of eliminations for ET, as well as the second round of qualifying for sportsmen, to after that pro round at 3:30. All right, so that will be the deviation. Everything remains in basically the same order, except the pro round will now come in after the end of this current sportsman round.
Dave, you got anything downstairs I can ride?
We'll keep everybody else on standby as far as when you will be up. We'll let you know. But right now, we're going to shoot for this pro qualifying round to occur at 3:30 p.m. a little bit over a half hour from now. Of course, we'll have to broom and groom the track and get everything ready for the pros, so we should have enough time to get in the remainder of our sportsman classes in round 1 qualifying, which will be Star Racing Top Gas and Worldwide Bearings Crazy Gas.
But I'm not real, like, I'm not a real business type of person. You know that. I'm like a worker.
I mean, I think the selling point, I think it has like a 7-year shelf life outside, like it'll stand up. I think it's like 7 years.
I do remember him saying that.
Which is really cool.
Yeah. So what happens after 7 years?
It's probably starts to fade.
Like old women.
Old women, not us. The old ones.
Yeah, married one.
No, you're not.
She was a nice lady.
She'll come to the races.
Well, she's smart.
Yeah. No. She says no.
That's another thing.
She's put in her time.
That's another thing that drew me and my husband apart was he stopped racing, and I have a love for it. You know, like how do you just stop doing it? Like
You can do it.
Years.
Well, I think once you've done it for a long time, it's really easy to find
It's just,
something
I
else.
did construction for 25 years and just quit. Totally. Had somebody completely built our new house. I didn't do a thing. Nothing. Bought it turnkey.
You're not gonna, I mean, I would just tell him he's not gonna sell like a ton of them at that price, but I mean,
Yeah.
I
I don't know what to tell him. I mean, I know he said he's trying to help me out, like product something.
help you out.
Yeah. I'm seeing something here.
Dave, you know my heart belongs to somebody. I'm being a good girl. Don't give me those eyebrows. That's
we
all
might
that.
have to qualify good.
What? I really am. I'm a one-man girl now. Trying to get Brandy. I was like, "Ooh, you're all mine last night." I showed Dave. I said, "She didn't answer me. She's gone."
I'm free as for as long as possible.
Who's staying
You're changing teams, are you?
I'm the changing team.
Okay.
tonight? I love
The
Brandy.
team of I.
I love to roll around with her.
I told Laura that night. Laura stayed awake all night long in her
No, I tried to grab her
stared at
waist
the
before I
ceiling.
sleep, she said. I knew exactly what I was doing. I was feeling her out.
Laura lost it.
Oh, God.
Moving now into Star Racing Top Gas.
Her
Harvey
husband's a preacher,
Hubbard.
and I share the same things I share with you guys. She's like,
A
"Chrissy,
strong
I woke her
performer
up
in
last
Top
night.
Gas always.
Yeah, she definitely.
Confident
She's
in her
woken up.
driver.
I unlocked my secret app, and she was like, Chrissy! She was sitting there
Sean
like,
Murphy's in the Pepsi
all
lane.
tired and like worn out. I said, watch this. I went over. I said, hey, look at this. She was like,
Harvey Hubbard reverses
Chrissy!
bike
And all of a
as a
sudden, she perked right up.
2000 F16.
Are you making sure she's getting fed over there?
Interesting.
Yep.
Sean Murphy's a little more straightforward. It's an 07 Hayabusa.
She calls it a baseball bat. Because inside this penis.
Oh my god.
The stuff I was showing her, she's like, oh my god, what are you doing? Something like that size. She likes it. Her husband's great, so she enjoys it stuff. She go, got any juicy stuff for me? She'll ask me, you got any juicy stuff to show me?
So an interesting bit of start lane.
Boy, that was funny earlier when you were trying to tell the one guy what to do and he just didn't know. You threw your towel up in the air. You're like,
Yeah, both lines
Yeah,
up
we
here.
ain't
Back
going to
in
start
it
today,
because
man.
that
This
is
is all
a
it's hot. It's
qualifying
not
effort.
time to
Basically,
go.
as soon as you turn the tire, that's it.
he's trying to tell me what to do.
That is what goes on the books.
Well, we had the
No do-overs. So an unusual instance for both racers. Now we've got Rod Bland in the Pepsi lane and Scott Samasil in the VP
Tell
Racing
me
lane.
about it. I'm struggling.
Rod Bland made the truck down from Piketon, Ohio.
Still like 3
Scott's here from Dacula, Georgia.
Or if I go outside, it's like this, or if it's just.
It's a wild ride, and so does Scott. They almost reached over and shook hands there at the center line.
They both went
And
to the middle.
I think it got enough of their
That was
both of their
scary
attention that they just decided that's time to coast. So anyway, but good riding on both riders' parts. You know, I don't see why we should ever cross the center line, because to me you should treat it as you treat the wall. Imagine there's an imaginary wall there, because crossing it is very dangerous for both you and your competition. And just like you wouldn't run yourself into the wall, you should never run yourself into that imaginary wall that exists at the center line.
okay.
So keep in mind, the center line is a very, very bad place to be.
So how'd you like Nikki's last one? He's running out of patience with her. I can see a little bit of a personality
Show me one a
change
couple
in her.
hundred feet past the turn off. Need a shift light, need a stop light. When you see this light come on, put on the brakes.
Hey, she's got more balls than I do, but I
She
just,
might have.
I get nervous.
think everything
watching
else
her.
on her's been
Oh my God,
patched
she
up.
took a cone out.
Coming up now, one of our Puerto Rico racers, Ricardo Marte.
Oh my God.
He's here from San Juan, Puerto Rico. And he's in the VP Racing lane going up against George Jones from Hepzibah,
So hard
Georgia.
to control, like.
Not back the law, only 9 seconds.
Suzuki versus Kawasaki here in the Top Gas Wars, sponsored by Star Racing. So once again, an announcement on run order. The pros are going to run at 3:30,
Rockets.
which means that when we're done with this round of sportsman qualifying, which will occur after our upcoming round of Crazy Eights, we're going to go right into pros. So this will deviate from the published order to some degree, but everything stays in the same order, save for the fact that we're moving the pros up, not time-wise, because they're going to run at 3:30, but order-wise, and that they're going to be running right at the end of the sportsman round one qualifying. So that is the only change, and we like to keep the pros on time, and we do everything we can to coordinate the rest of the program accordingly.
Tomorrow
Now,
morning, I'll be
Ricardo
there,
and George.
early, hopefully, Larry, because I know he doesn't get on.
Ricardo puts about half a tenth on George off the line, and George's bike runs out of steam at half track. That's it. Ricardo goes 8:29, and I think that will get him where he wants to be.
No.
I think it brings time to process that. The world finals race will be probably
I
something.
finally got to pee. I've been peeing all day. I just realized. Well, I was dehydrated. I had to come in for a while. And they asked me out there.
So that's one of the most bizarre qualifying sheets I've ever seen in Star Racing Top Gas. 5 bikes have gone on the track so far. Number one qualifier so
Well,
far,
I
Ricardo
tried to use
Marte
my
with an
hotspot.
8:29.
But that
Number
one also
2,
was slow.
Scott
Yeah,
Samuelson
mine
with a
was
14-second
slow
pass.
too.
Number 3, Rod Bland with a
Okay,
19-second
now you
pass. Number 4,
said
George
there-
Jones with a
okay,
21-second
notifications now.
pass. And number 5, Harvey Hubbard with a 24-second pass. So, there's a
Just a
lot
second
of
while
room to
we
move in
load
ahead
the
of the
magic
number 2
says.
qualifier right now, folks. Looks like about 6 seconds worth.
Rickles, he's
So-
working in about 3 hours.
Get on your game face and let's see some 820s,
He's dragging his.
or at least some 8s.
Photos with our advanced photo editing effects tools. Create text using 9050.
And pros, you are on schedule for 3:30, and it's only about 23 minutes away at this point. So, pros, we're going to want you out here, and it's the conventional top-down order, starting with Pingle Top Fuel. So, Pingle Top Fuel leads you to the lanes in 23 minutes, give or take a
So
second.
do
or
I
2.
have to go to a certain feature to?
Yeah. If
That'll
you,
be followed
if
up by
you open
Hawaii
a
Pro
photo-
Fuel.
Open a photo, then you can see all the
Falcon
options.
Pro Mount, Nitrous
It
Express
says
Pro
like
Open,
99 cents a month.
APE Pro
Is that-
Street,
is
and
that the
Chinko
only way you can
WPS
get
Real
those
Street. So,
features?
it is
That
once
one-
again the
that one
top-down
feature,
order,
yeah.
starting with Pingle Top Fuel at 3:30.
Alright, what's going on? Do I have to create an account?
I don't think I did. I just selected a photo from my
View more photos. Oh, here we go. Scared me.
You're official now.
And things I can stick in orifices too.
Oh my god.
So that would be like really impersonal if they made me wear somebody else's.
Yeah. every time.
Somebody else's, you're right.
I'd be like,
I would just pull it out, maybe give it back, and take it home with
I
you.
think these are like replaceable. These are, this part here is like,
Mm-hmm.
throw that away.
Take yours home with you.
So select a photo first?
Yeah, select a photo.
I mean, regular one or X-ray?
No, just a regular. Chrissy, it's just too hot for that.
And then push continue.
Yeah.
This is different. It's like different frames and stuff.
Okay, go. At the bottom. This is this one right here. You have to unlock it for 99 cents, and then you can upload your PNG files into
Next class to go for the Magic 820 here
But I
out
mean
of Medicine,
for-
Tennessee, going against Dalton Perry, and you're right, out of Dublin, Georgia. Also look for that Magic 820.
But I mean, for you to get your photos and your watermarks on, that would be super, super simple. This looks nice.
So you just, do I push subscribe?
Yeah, you have to
Is that it?
subscribe to it.
Oh, okay.
Do you have PNGs of your logos on?
Just put my name in there.
Worldwide Bearings Crazy Eights needed to the lanes at this time, please. Worldwide Bearing Crazy Eights, you are the last sportsman class to run in this, the first round of qualifying. And we get to see you miss your shot. Worldwide Bearing Crazy Eights, you are expected immediately, presently, right now actually, in lanes 1 and 2. And once again, pro classes starting with Pingle Top Fuel to lanes 7 and 8. You are on at 3:30. So we're missing about 10 Crazy Eights bikes overall. So bring them down, Crazy Eights. All right, Crazy Eights at this time, sit tight for just a moment. We've had a call up here from the starter letting us know that he has seen some rippling in the pavement, rippling in the rubber coating on the pavement that he would like to alleviate before we send everybody else down the track. Because you know how it is, when it starts to ball up, the more bikes we send down the track, the worse it gets. So Crazy Eights, you are about to get an extremely well-prepared track surface, and we'll have you out there as soon as this is done. Should only take about 5 or 10 minutes. So Crazy Eights on standby while we get the track back in top-notch condition.
You did a great job announcing.
Oh, thank you. I got a little tongue tied.
Oh, I didn't hear that part.
That's good.
Did you share one with Laura last night? Did you share one last night?
No, Steve, I missed out.
Oh, did he must have been talking about dinner then? Because I was confused for a second.
What?
Dave earlier.
I went to dinner with them.
That's what he must have meant. He said last night, and I thought maybe he was before.
No.
Oh my gosh. Poor girl.
No, Mike walked me.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Confused for a second.
We'll be here tonight. He's staying tonight. says you are now available to upload 12 transparent DMEs.
This is killing me. Yeah, that's why I have this hot spot, so this shit doesn't kill me.
So if you have a look out on the racetrack right now, what's taking place is the scrape. And if you've ever spent any time around a drag strip, you've seen this happen from time to time. Rubber builds up in layers, kind of like an onion. And it gets to the point where it just has to be stripped back down to almost bare pavement. It's a unique craft, but it's got to be done, because if we just let it keep happening, it just turns into one big gooey mess out there. So keeping the track in top condition is the way it works. So coming up next, right after we run out Crazy Eights, we'll have our second round of pro qualifying. Starting with Pingle Racing Top Fuel, who all need lanes 7 and 8. Moving then into Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, lanes 5 and 6. Valicon Pro Mod in lanes 3 and 4. And Nitrous Express Pro Open in lanes 1 and 2.
Okay, guys, we've got the Rockingham staff getting the racetrack back into shape for the upcoming completion of Sportsman with Crazy Eights, followed directly by Top Fuel. Top Fuel, you guys should be working your way to the lanes in the next 5 to 10 minutes time, followed by Hawaii Pro Fuel. Finish Crazy Eights and then go right into Top Fuel, round 2.
Anything. That thing, we're out shooting one day.
While you're on the Manufacturers Midway, be sure to keep in mind Father's Day next weekend. Great swag available at the at the Man Cup registration trailer. And we've got a unique event t-shirt there this weekend commemorating the DME Nationals here at Rockingham Dragway. Brand new, unique design, and of course it shows us Tink Tink, that amazing world's quickest and fastest no-bar machine that Joey Gladstone rides. So that's available, and you can also stop by the Rockingham souvenir shop that's just at the end of the main concession building. They have a brand new Rockingham Dragway t-shirt and lots of other things for you to consider. So like I say, save that indecisive trip to the mall for stuff you just don't know if he really wants. You know what he wants. He wants Man Cup and Rockingham Dragway swag. Father's Day is coming. And though, let's just say you didn't have enough fun here this weekend at the Man Cup race. Well, here at Rockingham Dragway, we've got another event next weekend, the Smokeout Bike Rally number 16. That's June 17th and 18th, so coming right around the bend. July 1st through 3rd is the All-Star Weekend of Grudge Racing, covered by Drag Illustrated. July 9th, Phantasm Motorsports Street Wars and KMS Drifting. July 15th through 17th is the Top ET Challenge, $5,000, $20,000, and $5,000 to win. Back to us bikers, July 21 to 23 is the East Coast Bikers Roundup. July 30th to 31st, the Hoosier Tires Carolina Coalition Series ET Points Race number 9 and 10. August is a fairly easy month. Lots of tests and tunes on the 6th, 20th, and 27th. Phantasm Motorsports has the Street Wars KMS Drifting on August 13th. September 3rd, it's the Grudge Fest 8. All bikes at Grudge Fest 8 on September 3rd, so mark your calendar. Once again, on September 10th, Phantasm Motorsports has Street Wars and KMS Drifting. Then we're back in town, September 17th and 18th, Manufacturers Cup, once again for our second of two events here this year. September 23rd to the 25th is the Super Chevy Series.
Did you just say you don't think it's
And we are ready to roll. Crazy 8, suit up and get them going.
I never rush.
You are the next bikes down the track here at the DME Nationals. It is Man Cup Motorcycle Drag Racing presented by Vance and Hines.
Grab some water out of that cooler.
I have waters down in my thing. My little stool. And usually if I walk anywhere else, everybody's always giving me water. I just keep it down in the starting line with me.
What are we going into?
Crazy 8s by Worldwide Bearings brings us index racing at its finest, and now the standard is 8.88. Now this, of course, is similar to the MTC Engineering Super Comp index of 890, but the key difference here is it's only street tire bikes in this class. In Super Comp, we can do whatever we want. Bob Carlson closer to the index with a 903. Barry Pryor a little further behind with a 910. 888 is what we're looking for here. Street bikes only. Angie Young, bike number 13A. And Bill Kenlin. Bill Kenlin, Pembroke, Maryland, into VP Racing Lane. Bill gets out first, but bogs like crazy. Angie Young, on the other hand, is on her way. Nice 017 line for Bill Kenlin, but an inability to make it down the track in a prompt fashion means his ET will not be at all appropriate for the 888 index. Angie Young, 936. Paw now from Oakwood Village, Oklahoma. Setting the world on fire here with the 888 index. Luis Hernado currently on top, 896 with a 5. The only bike in the 8s so far. But there's a lot of machines left. Here's two of them now, Eric Griffith and the Banff himself, Dustin Lee. Dustin in the Pepsi lane with more than enough available ballast to stick that tire on that Busa. I mean, in the best way, Dustin. Dustin is our number one qualifier currently. He goes 891 with a 7. Eric Griffith, 913 with a 7. That'll get him to number 6, but Dustin is feeling it. Dustin pushes Luis Hernado to the 2nd position. Now, Brian Miner and Spencer Claycomb. Brian Miner's in the Pepsi lane. Spencer goes red. Brian Miner throws it about 6-0 light. $8.99 with a 6 for Brian Miner. $9.07 for Spencer. Goes 932, Shane 931. A lot of racers really not hitting that index hard here at Crazy Eights. A couple of them have been right on. Others are just way out in left field. Next up, Dusty Brazel and Brian Dale. I expect one or both of these bikes will be in the 890s. Still looking for that magic 888 number. Somebody's bound to get it this weekend, though. It just is a matter of time. Bingle Top Fuel should be in the lanes at this time. Bingle Top Fuel in the lanes at this time, and you'll be followed by, of course, Hawaii Pro Fuel. Bingle Top Fuel to lanes 7 and 8. Hawaii Pro Fuel to lanes 5 and 6. I've had an expert testimonial about the Italian ice stand here this weekend, which is just underneath the bleachers right by the starting line. Check out the Italian ice stand for the most sumptuous frozen confections here this weekend. And on a weekend like this, you like to have Italian ice at your disposal. Very highly recommended. Try the Italian ice.
Sumptuous. Thank you, dear. You're the best.
Oh, thank you.
No, really, I appreciate it.
I can't. No problem.
Last time we recorded history, did that actually happen? I don't get me wrong, 60 times a gallon, but it doesn't just start getting 2 tenths of it. It's really.
And we need Pingle Top Fuel to lane 7 and 8, please. Pingle Top Fuel back to lane 7 and 8. And Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel 5 and 6. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel to lanes 5 and 6. And Pingle Top Fuel to lanes 7 and 8, please. And don't forget, Valicon Pro Mods, you'll be out right after, coming out of lanes 3 and 4. Here comes Pingle Top Fuel, ready to take the track once again. We're going to start it up with the Spider-Man, Larry McBride. And Larry and Corey are skipping their way from the staging lanes to the burnout area. Hand in hand skipping, I might add. So I'll let you read into that whatever you feel. Great job there, Corey Hogan and the whole Elwine team for that 612 we saw in the first round. A career best for the new ATF1 racing engine. So this will be an interesting matchup. It's the quickest bike in North America racing the fastest bike, or the rider of the fastest bike in the world. Corey Hogan, who in his previous efforts with the Elwine racing team, and Mike Dryden, when they were all aligned together, they went 255 miles per hour to set the record. And that's an amazing feat on a motorcycle in 1,320 feet to achieve a terminal speed of 255 miles an hour. at stake in this race for the Spider-Man, because, of course, while he is definitely used to leading the points, he currently isn't. Sam Wills prevailed at our seasonal opener down in Valdosta. So now Spider-Man has to make up some rounds on Mr. Wills. And while the lead is not crazy for Mr. Wills, it is a lead, and that's not something Larry would like to see prevail coming out of this race. So if there's one guy he's aiming at, it's definitely going to be the Nitro Conspiracy team and Sam Wills. In the other lane, Corey Hogan and team are aiming at the 5s, and they are closer than they've ever been at this point with this new machine. Of course, Corey, no stranger to the 5-second range, having been there many times in the past on the previous Alwine and Dryden machine. Now, of course, though, the ongoing working of teams in Top Fuel has Mike Dryden working with Sam Wills and the Nitro Conspiracy team. So talent moves around a little bit, but the result is typically the same. The world's quickest motorcycles. So if you like Top Fuel action, here's your chance to see the second round of qualifying. We've got no fewer than 4 Top Fuel bikes here competing. And I have just been made aware that there are a couple more, so we're going to have a 6-bike field, it would look like, which is way better than 4 by about 50%. Loving the look on a new Alwine machine. I think those are new leathers for Corey. And the paint job on the machine is certainly stunning as well. Definitely one of the most interesting new Top Fuel machines we've seen in years. And that new ATF1 engine is amazingly durable for such a brand new piece. Now, you would expect some growing pains. And certainly they've been sneaking up on it. But we have not seen any wholesale damage or destruction or mayhem. Honestly, it's been a pretty, inconsequential build-up for this new machine. And it says a lot for the team and the players. Absolutely does. 6:28 for Larry, 6:17 for Corey Hogan. Both machines set up conservatively based on the 60-foot times, but look at the mile per hour for Corey, 240. And Larry, surprisingly, only 216, and he looked like he had the candles lit all the way out the back door. But the numbers suggest he may not have. So great work there. That's 2 passes in the 16s now consecutively for the Alwine team. Nothing really changes in the qualifying order. Corey Hogan still number 1 with that earlier 6:12. Larry McBride consistent, but consistently running 6:20. Definitely a lot more left in that machine. We saw him go into the 590s on the new machine at Valdosta earlier this year. Russ Sauer's now going to take on Dave Vantine. Boy, and I love this stripe that Corey's machine left on that track. Look at that. It is so dark, distinct, and apparent. That thing was hooked up. They're probably going, man, why didn't we throw more clutch at it that time? Yeah, but that's the game here. It's a fine line they walk, a razor's edge between traction and tire spin. When you're managing that kind of torque through one tire, it is an absolute act of wizardry to get these things down the track. Very careful inspection of the starting line area as we prepare for the next pair. And I know where I'd line up Dave Vantine. Yeah, I'd say there's a not much question about where that needs to go. Yeah, but Corey Hogan really got it done out the back door there, 240 miles an hour. And it looks like we've got a clean report from the top end, which in this case means that both bikes were examined as clean and not having shown any signs of having emitted oil on any level. So that's always encouraging for the next pair down the track, as well as all of us racers and track personnel. We got the thumbs up, we're firing them up, and away we go. It is Dave Vantine, one of the few racers to have ever achieved the 570 range. Russ Sauers is going to qualify alongside him and more than likely have the best seat in the house for Dave Vantine's next leadering journey. This seems to be the new trend in top fuel bike racing, and like I always advocate, the back door. It is a quick pass, but it just seems like they are a little down on top-end power. That 396 was encouraging, but hey, just enough to squeak past Corey Hogan for the number 1 spot. Dave Vantine, now your number 1 qualifier, 611 with a 5. And while we love our 5-second top fuel bikes, there's only so much they can do under these conditions too. It is hot out there. The track's working, but there's just only so much air available when the weather is this warm. And they are still somewhat subject to those limitations. As much oxygen as nitro carries, it still needs more from the atmosphere to make that big power. Now Mike Beelan on the Shield Bright team. Mike's done a great job of gathering up sponsorship support for the Don Johnson-owned Top Fuel Harley, one of the quickest in the world ever. Sam Wills, what more can you say about the Nitro Conspiracy, man? Here's another guy rolling way up there. They're starting to burn out nearer and nearer the starting line. Yeah, look at this. Burnout boxes. Heck, we're going to do this like a street bike. We're going to very, very cool. New trend in top fuel bike racing. That's a nice pass for Mike. Really, that's one of the cleanest passes I've seen Mike make on the bike. 690 with a 6. And there's a lot left for him in that machine as they continue to bring the power out. But Sam Wills, now your number 3 qualifier with that 617. And there you have it. After 2 rounds, Dave Vantine, number 1 to 611. Number 2 is Corey Hogan with a 612. Number 3, Sam Wills. We just saw him go 617 at 231.44. Larry McBride, your number 4 qualifier. Following up by Mr. Sowers. And now it's time for Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, the other nitro class. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. We got one more. How could I forget Chris Hand on a Redneck Express? I need you to lanes 3 and 4 immediately. Valicon Pro Mod to lanes 3 and 4. You're up next after Hawaii Pro Fuel, and we are missing some of you. On that note, Nitrous Express Pro Open need you to lanes 1 and 2 as well. So Valicon Pro Mod need you in lanes 3 and 4 right now, and Nitrous Express Pro Open, you're out right behind Valicon Pro Mod. Now here comes Chris Hand backing it up on the Redneck Express. Chris Hand, another one of these lifers in motorcycle top fuel drag racing. Been at it longer than a lot of us have even been alive. Chris is a member of the 5-Second Club. Chris, the ultimate privateer, in that he is working on a shoestring budget and resources. disappointing because that looked like one of his strongest passes in the early part of the track that I've seen in a while. He went 103 to the 60, 264 to the 330, out of the throttle 421 at the 8th mile, so that was probably a 14 or 4.0 pass in the 8th. He was certainly on a boomer, but he did the right thing. Yeah, you can look right at that tire track from here and see he was definitely on a trip towards the center line if he did not make the correction that he did, which involved, of course, letting off the throttle. There is a time. Sometimes we have to do it. So while we would have liked to seen what that ran all the way out the back door, it's important that we keep it safe. Quickest 60 foot of the round right there with Chris Ham. So 7 bikes in the field here so far this weekend in Bingle Top Fuel. Now we move into Hawaii Pro Fuel action. Tyler Wilson, Hawaii mounted on the VP racing lane. Jordan Cruz on one of those Hirschberger tuned bikes. There's Willie out at the finish, or out at the starting line, helping Jordan find the spot. Bromont, need you to lanes immediately. We've got a short round here of Pro Fuel. Not all of the Pro Fuelers made it, so Valicon Pro Mod right now in the lanes. Valicon Pro Mod, urgent calls. Nice pass for Jordan Cruz. Sure enough, 746 out the back door. That is certainly one of Jordan's best passes ever. It looked great all the way down. Congratulations to Jordan and crew, as well as Mr. Hirschberger, for doing a great job helping him out. Tyler Wilson, no major improvement there, but more track time. That's what everybody needs. Next up will be John McConnell and the Chicken Man, Rocky Jackson. And when I call him the Chicken Man, I mean that with great respect. He understands that joke. There it is. Ready to roll, Chicken Man and John McConnell. APE Pro Street, need you to lanes 7 and 8, please, and Shinko WPS Real Street, lanes 5 and 6, please. Once again, that's APE Pro Street to lanes 7 and 8, and Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. And it's more Nitro Thunder. And it doesn't matter whether you like your Nitro firing through 2 cylinders or 4 cylinders, we've got them all here this weekend. This is Pro Fuel, brought to us by Hawaii Racing. John McConnell, sponsored by Elite Clearing and Excavating. Rocky Jackson, on the other hand, sponsored by, well, everybody on Earth. Fast Coon-Ass Racing, Bandito Race Team and Tires. Rocky appears to have pedaled it early. Yeah, absolutely. I saw that little puff of nitro out of the carburetor when he let off the throttle, so might be worth a look at the bike down on the big end just to see if he had any issues. So we're going to take a quick look, see what's going on before we send Kirby Apathy down the track. So while we take a moment here to make sure the track is everything it needs to be, I'd like to once again remind my Felicon Pro Mod competitors, you're up next. Lanes 3 and 4, please. Nitrous Express Pro Open to lanes 1 and 2. And you'll be followed up by APE Pro Street in lanes 7 and 8, and Shinko WPS Real Street lanes 5 and 6. So it looks like we're getting a good look down there where Rocky Jackson had a little puff of fuel out of his carburetor. At least that's what it looked like from here. It could have been any of a number of other things. You know, from 1,000 feet away, we can only see so much. That's why we've got spotters always keeping an eye on that racetrack surface. And, you know, this is like where the ultimate OCD and paranoia works perfect. No sighted issue is too small to go look at, with as much as is at stake here. Something that's been weighing heavy on my mind here this weekend is that I will never again be announcing our friend Bebe Yarbrough, who we lost earlier this year, to severe burns and resultant complications. And it's a sad, somber moment. I know he was a lot of y'all out there. I loved him as a racer as well. So, big shout out. We're all hurting for the loss of Bebe. But he gave his life doing what he loved the most. And there's a lot of honor in that, too. So, Stanley Russell, everybody else who's close with him, I'm hurting for you as well. Now it's time for Kirby Apathy. Machine sounds great. Almost sounds like he's doing something a little different this time, and that would be just like Kirby. Oh, there's definitely something different about the way that machine sounds. And I don't know if I'm letting on to something that I'm either imagining or maybe something he'd rather I don't even say. I don't know. I have a tendency to hear some things. Some of them are real, some of them are imagined. But it's a fabulous machine he's working with there. With his own engine design in there, he can try just about anything. And you know, for what it's worth, it could be what I hear is what's wrong with it. You know, he probably, if that's the case, he probably hears it too, because it's obviously not leaving the line cleanly. That's two failed efforts in a row to get a good clean leave. So they've got some work to do back in the pits, but that is an extremely talented crew. And if there is something in there to be found, they will find it and they will correct it. Absolutely. Johnny Vickers remains on top after 2 rounds of qualifying in Hawaii Pro Fuel. Rocky Jackson right behind with a 7:38. Jeanette Thornley, number 3, 741. Number 4, Cliff Holly, 744. Number 5, Jordan Cruz, 746. Number 6, Preston Bartlett, 750. Tyler Wilson, number 7. John McConnell, number 8. And Kirby Apathy still bringing up the rear. Total of 9 bikes qualified in Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. So not bad. Between the Pro Fuel and Top Fuel classes, we have a total of 16 nitromethane fueled motorcycles in pro categories at this race. And I know there's another 1 or 2 playing in Ultra 460. So pretty good showing for nitromethane. And great to see nitro bikes regaining some of their earlier prominence, because let's face it, with today's modern power adders and electronic fuel injection, nitro is not the all-powerful go-to that it used to always be. We can make a lot of power a lot of other ways, so it's just great to see all these diehards still running that nitro, still tipping that can. Valagon Pro Mod. It's 8th mile action here again, and we're going to be shooting for the 4 O's. Both of these bikes are capable. They've both been there before. Mike Tien and Matt Crawford. Matt gets out red, gets a little close to that center line, but he's got just enough room, and neither bike anywhere near the targeted number. So no gains there for either Mike or Matt. Nitrous Express Pro Open should be available at this time in lanes 1 and 2. APE Pro Street in lanes 7 and 8, and Shinko WPS Real Street, lanes 5 and 6. And for everybody who's listening, which should be everybody, the next rounds of ET eliminations will take place after we are done with Real Street, which will of course signal the end of this pro qualifying round. So eliminations round 3 for all 3 of our ET classes. That would include MPS Pro Street, Garwood Custom Cycle Real Street, and D&G Chassis V Twin. They'll be out after this round of pros. Terry Wood and Tommy Saxon, the 2 little guys who are just giants when they get on these motorcycles. Tommy Saxon improves marginally over his earlier 429, puts up a 425 this time. Terry Wynn unable to make a full pass, and now we've got to go get that slow roller off the track. So we've got the flashing red lights while that happens. If Terry Wynn's crew is available to go get him, that would be the best. Terry Wynn's crew to the track, please, to get your racer off. Oh, looks like Terry might be able to take that first pull off. If Terry Wynn's crew is still up here by the line, you can just head right down the racetrack to go get him.
I didn't want to play with you either.
What, honey?
I said you went over there. I said I didn't want to play with you either.
No, I just got to get away from it.
So since Terry Wynn had a little bit of mayhem out there, we're just taking a quick look at the racetrack, make sure it is how it needs to be. It will be there momentarily. Rockingham crew doing a magnificent job of keeping this racing surface up to par this weekend, and that's no small task in this kind of weather. When it's hot and sunny out, that track wants to just turn to goo. And that's the last thing we need to have happen. So Nitrous Express Pro Open, you're up next. And you'll be out right behind the end of this Pro Mod round, which is rapidly approaching. So, Nitrous Express Pro Open should be in the lanes at this time, as well as APE Pro Street and Shinko WPS Real Street, which will of course then conclude this this pro qualifying round, after which time we'll move right back into the same order of earlier, picking up at Eliminations Round 3 for our ET classes.
Excuse me, I was just waiting for the door to slam on me, but his grandfather back home at the rock watching. Steve Earwood paying attention to the live feed right now.
Nikki Corley and George Whitaker now going to do battle. George is in the Pepsi lane. It's Glen Burnie, Maryland against Jacksonville, Florida. Both bikes look strong. Nikki's a little stronger. 449 for Nikki, no improvement. 464 for George Whitaker, and while it is an improvement, it's still well out of the range he needs to be in to be formidable in this class. Nikki and George, your number 11 and 12 qualifiers respectively now. Paul Gass still on top with that storming 412 we saw in the earlier round.
Sam was won first round with 790.
Next up, Carlos Wilkerson from Broxton, Georgia. He's in the VP lane. And Spencer Allen up here from Cape Coral, Florida. That just sounds like a nice place, Cape Coral. Yes, I think I'll be there next weekend.
Right there.
Improvement over his earlier 429, almost an identical pickup to Terry Wynn's numbers. Excuse me, Tommy Saxon's numbers. Tommy also was qualified with a 429 in the earlier round. Look at that, they're right on top of each other now. Each have gone 425 with a 9. Spencer with a little more mile per hour is ahead of Tommy in qualifying now. Next up, Kawasaki time in the VP racing lane with Kennell Smith from Lennox, David Norris, another one of those strong Maryland racers who used to run hard in the MyRock Pro Comp Pro Mod series. Now defunct, unfortunately. Nitrous Express Pro Open should all be in the lanes and ready to go at this time, as well as APE Pro Street and Shinko WPS Real Street. Lane assignments, should you have forgotten them, include Pro Open to lanes 1 and 2, Pro Street to lanes 7 and 8, and Real Street to lanes 5 and 6. So another slight but substantial improvement over earlier qualifying effort. Good enough to put David Norris in the number 5 spot. Kennell Smith, number 10. Grothus Drag Bikes Racing brings us now the second generation Brunson Grothus. And it's another Grothus Drag Bikes production in the Pepsi lane with family member and always able rider Shane Epperjeezy up here from Lake Dallas, Texas, taking the reins of another Grothus Drag Bikes designed and built machine.
Let's start off with my good friend Brad McCoy from Cleveland, North Carolina, alongside Terry Schweigert, the Abbotsford, British Columbia, Canada runner.
Brunson Grothus is a young man, but extremely accomplished with a couple of number 1 plates under his belt already. Always a contender. And it shows it right there. Both bikes show the best 60 foots that we've seen of this round. And it shows on the big end. Brunson Grothus, did he just edge Paul Gass there? Oh, missed it by 1,000. Brunson Grothus and Shane Epperjeezy now your number 2 and 3 qualifiers, respectively. And respect to them as well. Went 102 and 103 60-foot times right alongside each other. That was a strong, strong pair. So, after 2 rounds of qualifying in Falicon Pro Mod, Paul Gass remains on top and didn't even make a pass that time, the Sly Devil. 412. Brunson Grothus, number 2, 412 with a 5. Shane Epperjeezy, number 3, 415. Number 4, Travis Davis, 416. Number 5, David Norris, 421. Number 6, Spencer Allen, 425. Number 7, Tommy Saxon. And number 8, Mike Tian. Rounds out the top 8 of 14 competitors so far in Falicon Pro Mod. Next up, it's Nitrous Express Pro Open. It's the Anything Goes class now with Mike Chonglis on the turbocharged machine, Kawasaki Power, going up against Nikki Zaki from New South Wales, Merrill, Britain. And it is time for Mark Rendelock, who is acting as instructor and tutor to young Miss Zaki. Last time down the track, it appears she had a bit of a challenge hitting her shift points, which is not unusual for an emerging rider. Sometimes things happen a little quicker than they're able to keep on top of. But there's only one way to fix that, and that is practice, practice, practice. Next round of practice coming right up. Now Wade Smith and Barry Pryor. Barry looking good. Wade Smith not far behind.
Is it still showing up blurry over there?
But it's still the same shot. Yeah.
Top Gas, Star Racing Top Gas needs you in the lanes right now if you're not already.
But you
We're
know
rolling
what?
up
That's
to the
delayed.
cones right
Never
now to
mind.
begin
Hold
running
on.
the class.
Now you're moving it.
And I just spent a moment talking with
I just zoomed it out. I had it zoomed in.
Don
so you can see
Dowling
better.
and
That might be
Chaplain Dowling. I believe that's going to be
It's moving around. Hold on.
8
It's
a.m. in the
still
morning?
blurry, but it's probably from the sunset.
Shoot, there's something I can do about that sun. Somebody, can you do something about the sun?
Huh?
Can you do something about the sun? Can you request for it to go down a little quicker?
Hey, Don, 8 a.m., right?
That's what's on the schedule.
8 a.m., okay.
I believe we'll make it 8 a.m. and if they're coming at 8:30, we'll still be there.
Oh, hey. How are you?
And tomorrow morning's chapel service, which will be hosted by our very own Don Dowling, is going to be at 8 a.m. 8 a.m. to 8:30, and this will be taking place over at the bleachers by the starting line by the main concession stands there on the right side of the racetrack.
I
So
stopped
if you
once
would
to
like
get
to
bathroom,
stop
once to get
by
gas.
and worship with
I
Don
didn't
Dowling
do
and
it yet.
others, it is non-denominational, and all are welcome. Please
I was
come
on a
and worship
mission.
with us tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Chapel
You're on a
service
mission,
with
you're on a
Chaplain Don
mission.
Dowling down here near the concession stand under the bleachers.
I struggle.
Spend a few moments with your fellow racers and the spiritual side of yourself.
Yeah. This should have been like facing
So,
like this. Like
we need those remaining machines in Top Gas and Crazy Eights in the lanes right now. We're about ready to put Top Gas down the track.
last week was their last week, and then they had hip hop recitals because they were in hip hop. Then my mom took them home. She was there with my mom for 2 weeks, and then in a week and a week and a half, Scott comes home from Saudi Arabia. He's taking them for 5.5 weeks. We rented a condo down in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and he's gonna take the kids down there and just keep them alone time down there and just tell the family if they want to visit, so they can come down there and visit them. 'Cause he's trying to sell his house here, So there's no furniture in his house. He didn't really have
Bingle top fuel, we need you in the
Well, the kids
lanes.
would probably like that.
They're-
To race at
Yeah,
8:10, we've got about 20 minutes before we get you on the track.
He was like trying to like
That's
figure out like,
Bingle
oh, you
top
got the
fuel.
kids to stay here. I was like, I don't like
8:10 is when we expect to fire you and send you down the track. So
houses with my kids.
we can get you to lanes 7 and 8 as soon as you are able. We will be greatly appreciated. Once again, it's Bingle top fuel to lanes 7 and 8. We're gonna run you at 10 minutes after 8.
You really need to think about renting a place or something. Then he called me back the next day and said, I'm renting a condo. I'm like this giant vacation. He's like, they're gonna love it. I was like, perfect. They are gonna love it.
I'm surprised he didn't use one of his dad's condos.
Maybe his dad already
Yeah.
It's really upsetting. Because I talk to Ron all the time. I tell him, like, you need to talk to your dad. I would. It's Scott's fault. Like, he's just not living up to some stuff that attitude about it. It's just like, just apologize. Just call him apologize. Just call him and talk to him. Because his dad even told me, he's like, he needs a place to stay. He can come stay with me. I'll take care of him. Just tell him to call me. I said, I'll tell him.
Yeah, it's sad. Me and my dad never had a relationship because he was an alcoholic. He was gone one time as a kid. I don't remember. Only time I remember my dad was during the week when he worked, but at night he was gone. Until he got in an accident that was almost killed him, where he couldn't run no more. Finally got to spend time. It's a little bit hard to tell.
Next up here in Star Racing Top Gas, George Jones and Rod Bland, currently number 8 and number 4 qualifiers respectively. Ricardo Marte is on top of the heap right now with 8.203 performance of earlier.
I'm really excited that he's doing this with me this year. So I told him maybe
A marginal improvement for George Jones.
It's not hot again. We'll see. The kids are out of their minds excited when I told them.
George Jones was number 8, now he's number 7.
I phoned people. I put in Gatlinburg, Tennessee, so they could see what Gatlinburg was and all this stuff. I'm like,
Harvey Hubbard, currently our number 1 qualifier in Super Cup.
I like it up there in cooler weather.
He has also been number 1 qualifier in Star Racing Top Gas.
All the tourists.
Right now he's number 11.
There's still a lot
Pretty
of
far down the list with an 898.
I used to go up there.
Can he find
What's your name?
3/4 of a second he needs to get down to that 820 index? Now would be the time. I think he can do it. Dalton Berry in a Pepsi Lane has been an 834,
No traffic to fight. I love that.
looking for a 20.
the amount of place that has a pool, that's half the battle that the kids will be out of their mind. And then there's like a bunch of hiking trails because he knows they love to hike.
Everything.
I was like, well then I was like, you don't need to go out every day. I was like, it's actually be pretty cost effective if you're gonna be there that long. I was like, you don't have to take them out every day. They're kids. They don't know that you have to spend money. You just go walk around. They're gonna be like, this is awesome.
All right, now Sean Murphy and Ron Morris.
Right out to everything up there. That's when everybody's there.
Sean Murphy qualified with an 841 earlier for the number 10 spot. Lots of room for improvement. Ron Morris, though, is shaving a much bigger package. He's been 822, and he's in that number 3 spot.
I want to take a vacation, but not at a racetrack. all our weekends are in I guess. We got a little 19-foot camper to stay in. It's cheaper for me.
821 with a 6 for Sean Murphy. He's going to like that. Ron Morris goes under the index. He's not going to like that. But Sean Murphy was number 10. Now Sean Murphy is number 2.
So far, I've spent $20 on gas.
That's awesome.
And I'll probably spend $20 again to fill it back up. Because it's just below a full tank right now, just off of full. And I can go a long way on it. So, yeah, and we couldn't find a motel last night. Everybody was booked. pulled in this one little rinky-dink place. The boat, it looked clean, and it was. I mean, I walked up there and said, "You got your rooms?" He said. He looked at me and he said, "Yeah, but it's non-smoking." I said, "Okay."
Curtis Griggs, off he goes. Let's make a prediction. Curtis Griggs is going to go 8:22.
He said, "And it's $60." I said,
Curtis, how can
"Okay."
you disappoint me and only go
He actually gave it to
8:26?
me for $60.
Man, I hate it when I'm 4 thousandths of a second
It's
off.
small, but it's
Scott Sabasil.
clean. And I can't beat this.
Final call for Crazy Eights, please. Worldwide bearing Crazy Eights, final call. Need you in the lanes at this
Wife's been
time.
there all day.
And Top Fuel will be making your way to the lanes so that we may start the final round of pro qualifying. And of course, all you pros out there, you know what that means when I mention Top Fuel. That's right, you're next. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel to lanes 5 and 6. Valicon Pro Mod to lanes 3 and 4. Nitrous Express Pro Open to lanes 1 and 2.
And it's gonna be hot. Unless I could get a good place to stay where you can relax, swimming pool or somewhere.
Yeah. Dave was here saying that a lot of hotels are booked.
Well, I bet. We actually have been, I had a little SUV.
Goes 8:13 with a 9. Wade Cherry though gets on the correct side. He went 8:02.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
difference.
anyway,
It's hot.
both riders go under the index and
I
no.
can sleep when it's cool, but when it's hot, it's hard to sleep.
Yeah. Sweaty and sticky.
So, but anyway, she may not go with me to Memphis. I may not. I want to drive her. But yeah, I'm
And
not.
while Chad Otts fondles his shifting mechanism once again,
Is there one around?
You go
John
down
Spooky
this hall,
Markham waits
You go
patiently.
through the door and then go
'Cause he
right,
knows
and then go
what's
down the
going
steps.
on.
There's a bathroom at the bottom of the steps. It's
do
dirty,
that?
but
Looks
it's
back.
okay.
John looks forward.
She's got autism. She's.
And it's on. Here comes Chad. John Markham goes 025. Chad goes 069. John's ahead of Chad in qualifying and is no longer ahead of Chad in qualifying. Chad's 824. Takes up the number 12 position.
You gotta go
Right to
straight.
number 7. Just ahead of John Markham.
Just
So
go
there you have it.
downstairs. Go to the wall and go down the stairs. There's a door there.
And that's it. Star Racing Top Gas qualifying has concluded.
Just.
Ricardo Marte stayed on top.
I mean, your mom couldn't control her.
Yeah.
Never disciplined her. Her mom-
820 with a 3. Sean Murphy, number 2, 821 with a 6. Curtis Grigg, number 3, also 821 with a 6. Boo Brown, number 4, 821 with a 7. Ron Morris, 822 with a 6 for the number 5 spot. Rod Bland is your number 6 qualifier, 823-6. Chad Otts, number 7, 824. John Markham, number 8, 825. Number 9 is Wade Cherry with an 829. Number 10, Harvey Hubbard is an 830.
He's really sweet.
Dalton Perry goes 832 with a 9 for the number 11 position, as does George Jones for the number 12 position. Rounding it out is Scott Samusil,
She had a.
who's 1094, isn't even in the hunt, but we're hoping he can get that figured out by tomorrow.
She's on that.
Yeah, I remember him talking to me. I was wondering if he was around.
We've got her. The interview. We've got her special.
And here we go, the last sportsman round of qualifying in the last class here this weekend at the DME Nationals.
For us at 70 years.
It is Crazy Eights, brought to us by Worldwide Bearing. And I need Top Fuel to the lanes, please. Top Fuel to the lanes, you will be out at 10 after 8.
It's supposed to be relaxing.
To be followed by Hawaii Pro Fuel.
With her is our.
Top Fuel to lanes 7 and 8. Pro Fuel to lanes 5 and 6. And Falicon Pro Mod to lanes 3 and
She
4.
likes to walk, so we walk a lot. Even if it's hot. She does. She'll do anything you tell her. She's yes ma'am, no ma'am.
Find it? Awesome.
Alright.
And you know the alternative
It was
way back.
relaxing. Yeah. It was relaxing because there was nobody around.
Yeah. It's like our own private bathroom.
She's our special little girl. Yes, she is.
It wasn't that dirty.
Was
The
it?
soap smelled good.
There's spiders down there. That's why I think it's dirty.
Oh, really? I didn't see one.
You talking
I thought
about
there were
spiders?
snakes.
I am.
I thought there were
terrified of
snakes,
spiders.
though.
No, there's just spiders down there. I saw some earlier. I was like,
I was coming back on a road trip from Georgia, and a storm, a bad storm was coming up. I'm on my motorcycle. And I pulled onto this old abandoned minute market, been abandoned 4 or 5 years. So I got up there to wait out the storm, and I leaned up against the wall, and I was sitting there, and I started looking around. Spiders here, spiders there. I thought, there ain't no way I can stay here. I could just feel it crawling all over me. So I took off, and I found an old abandoned barn. It was dark inside, but I couldn't see nothing. So I pulled in there and waited the storm out. Sat on my bike right in the middle of it and waited
there's
it
probably
out.
there's probably
But when I
spiders
could
in
see
there.
them spiders, they totally took over that building. I mean, totally took over. I have never seen that. Them old long-legged things. And I know they're harmless, but it's just anything with 8 legs just gives me a chill watching. My granddaughter, she panics. She's got a dog. She's in an old trailer right now. She's fixing to buy a house. It's pretty open. Bugs and spiders get in there. And she's got a dog that she keeps in the house that will eat them spiders. I mean, he'll tear the walls down to get to them. So she's always killing spiders for her. She said, I said,
So we need Bingle top fuel to the lanes. They're out in about 5 to 7 minutes or so. Hawaii Pro Fuel will follow you up.
That'd be awesome.
And then Falcon Pro Models. So lane assignments, of course, are as they have been. Top fuel to 7 and 8, Pro Fuel to 5 and 6, Pro Models.
She sprays the house constantly, and he eats the spiders that they done got into the spray, and you'll see the hair. It must be harmless too.
So Angie Young heading up the qualifying here in Crazy Eights, but we have yet to see anybody go 888. So she's not safe. She went 889 with a 9. There's almost 200s to play with there. It could happen.
I was drinking a glass of water one time, and I had a
Could be one of these two right here, Bill Kenlin and Perry Paw.
put it up like that, and looked inside it, and a big old spider was in the bottom of their glass. How he got in there?
Perry
How
Paw
he was in there.
red lights it away, doesn't even get a tree, so that's how that goes. Bill Kenlin goes 931.
I can
Nowhere
take a
near
snake.
at Crazy Eight
Snakes
style,
don't
so
bother me. I'd rather
no
find a snake
improvement
laying
for
on
either
the
racer there.
At night, you know, if you ever, back in my grandmother's day when I lived with them, they had a big, I mean, it was almost like a spook house. It was big. And you could lay in the
Griffith
bed.
lists his occupation as a
something
repo
across
man.
you.
Spiders this big?
That sounds like fun.
Spiders this big?
Shane Proctor
Oh.
is in the Pepsi
I've
lane.
seen it before,
Both of these riders with a little bit of space between them and the
spiders. Gas
index.
cylinders for years.
And that remains the case. Almost identical to their earlier efforts.
Top of them, because they're open holes. You'd be rolling like that. They'd come out and run across you. You panic. Panic city. The only spider I'm not afraid of is that little bitty fly spider. And he ain't about that big. They'll even jump on you.
Oh, the jumping ones? I can't deal with that.
There's some spiders that'll chase you. They'll come at you. It's forever. Them old banana spiders. And then there's this little spider.
Ryan Dale and Danny
He's got
Miller
a
up
body
next.
about
Brian's
that
here from
big,
Dalton,
real
Georgia.
short
Danny
legs.
from Elizabethtown,
And he'll build a
Kentucky.
web out in the middle of clear.
Nope, there they went. No, this is Keith
You
Brown
walk
and
into it
Spencer
at night, you
Claycomb
don't
up
know
now.
where he is. That's another panic.
Keith Brown, number 13, qualifying at 912. Spencer Claycomb, 891 with a 3, looking good in the number 4 spot.
And he's in there somewhere.
Still looking for that magic 8. Somebody is coming in again here today. Phil.
Are you having fun? You like this?
Spencer gets a little better, 890 with a 1, but it's still not an 888.
But when the stuff got on my eyes, it hurt.
Where it stings your
Talking
eyes.
about nitrous.
Nitro, yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that. That really puts my wife down when she gets in that stuff. Where she got
and I don't want to wash the
I used to
clothes.
do that.
My granddaughter
because my mom couldn't.
has 2 kids and herself. And she washes, right now she's washing stuff in my house. And she brings a load in every day. And I said, baby, them kids cannot go through that many clothes unless you're just making them change all the time.
Are you talking to me?
Now, our number 1 qualifier, Angie Young in a Pepsi lane, taking on Miss Marino.
I just got a call about your people.
Both riders not doing badly. 891 with
Yeah,
a
like,
2.
oh, I'm trying to
Earlier
turn
went
because the
Lewis,
sun's
earlier
coming.
Lewis
Yeah.
went an 891 with a 3.
Like,
Angie
really,
Young
someone called
staying
you to
right
complain
goes to
about
her
that?
earlier qualifying time of 889.
The free camera feed?
891 2.
Oh, monsters.
So she remains in the game.
I can't do anything about this. The sun's coming. I'm trying to keep the sun out of it because the sun's making it pixelated.
I don't see how
Now up Barry Pryor Sr. and Ryan Miner. Barry gets all slideways off the line, shows his distinctness. I think Barry Pryor needs a new tire. I've seen him woof it twice now. Maybe his pressure gauge is off. Maybe something's just wrong. Brian Miner goes 883 with a 6. Bingle Top Fuel should be in the lanes at this time. Bingle Top Fuel should be in the lanes at this time, as well as Hawaii Pro Fuel.
I guess the big guys are
Ready to roll.
Yeah.
And here we go. We're about ready to put the cherry on top of sportsman qualifying here at the DME Nationals. It's almost over.
See you later, man.
I'll see you guys later.
Dusty Brazel, number 8 with an 896. Wade Smith, number 14 with a 913. Is there an 880? Yes! I told you we'd get one, and we got it. The very last pair down the track. Perfect 888 with a 0 for Wade Smith. Nails down that number 1 qualifying position, and there was no time left. Wade, thank you. I feel vindicated. And you did a damn good job, too. Look at that. Runs right on the index. And I'm sorry to see Angie Young get unseated because I was really having a good time seeing her in the number 1 position. But she left a little bit of elbow room there, and Wade Smith elbowed her right on over. Wade Smith, your number 1 qualifier. So let's go through the countdown. Wade Smith, number 1, 888 with a 0. Angie Young, number 2, 889 with a 9. Spencer Claycomb, number 3, 890. Brian Dale, number 4 with an 891-0. Luis Hernado, number 5 with an 891-2. Number 6, Dustin Lee, 891-7. Brian Miner, number 7 with an 892. Danny Miller, 894 with a 2 for the number 8 position. Dusty Brazel, 894 with a 5 for number 9. Bob Carlson, 903 for the number 10 position. Number 11, Eric Griffiths, 904. Number 12, Robert Brummel, 905. Number 13, Barry Pryor Sr., who needs a new tire. 910, Keith Brown, number 14 with a 912. Jaleesa Miner goes 929 for the number 15 spot. And Shane Proctor rounds out the top 16 with a 931. And there you have it. Beautiful drama right down to the last pair down the track, and Wade Smith nails it to the wall. 888 with a 0. And Bingle Top Fuel, we only have 2 out of 7 of you in the lanes at this time, and that means we need the other 5 of you to go ahead and have this third and final qualifying round here at the DME Nationals. So Bingle Top Fuel to the lanes, please. And we are missing 5 of you at this point, so please hurry on up. Bingle Top Fuel. And Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel, you need to be in the lanes as well. Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel. Lots of amazing performances here this weekend so far. Wade Smith nails down at 8:88 qualifying time in Crazy Eights. And there's more fun for you. If you haven't seen Nitro bikes under the stars, well, we don't exactly have stars yet, but it's definitely dusk. You need to see Nitro Top Fuel bikes run in these light conditions because you will see an abundance of fire. That's right, fire, flames, and mayhem exiting the pipes because Nitro just loves to keep on burning. That's what makes it so powerful in the first place, and it's what makes it so fun to watch. So lots of Nitro flames tonight here. It'll be the night of fire. Night qualifying in Bingle Top Fuel and Hawaii Racing Pro Fuel.
You done first for yet?
No, we're getting ready to do them now.
There was a thing I had to fix, so I was making sure I got you right.
Oh, is this for second round?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Pro classes, start working your way to lanes, please. Of course, we're going to start with Bingle Top Fuel, moving then into Hawaii Pro Fuel, Falicon Pro Mod, Nitrous Express Pro Open. Need you all to the lanes, please.
This is Drew.
Make it a point to stop in and look at the M2 shocks as well. Rob Bush is down there checking out this new product, showing it off. It is a different concept, utilizing an open jet and developed from hours, hundreds of hours of dynamometer testing. M2 shocks have the most dynamic and highest performing shock available for drag racers. They've got a couple dozen of them out there in various people's hands, including none other than Ricky Gadsden, who would have been here this weekend, by the way, but was thwarted by transporter issues. Yep, you can have the best racing machines and the best riders in the world, but it doesn't mean diddly if you can't get to the track. So, Ricky facing his mechanical gremlins this weekend, but a big part of this new M2 shock movement. So, stop down by Rob Bush Motorsports and have a talk about M2 shocks and all the other things that they are offering for the racers here this weekend. Lots of other stuff to see down on the Midway as well. Souvenir t-shirts available at the manufacturer's cup trailer. Unique t-shirts for every event. It's always a one-off and it won't be repeated, so this is your one and only chance to get one of these. Pretty cool one this time with the DME Racing Spring Nationals being commemorated, and a picture of none other than Joey Gladstone on Tink Tink, that mind-bending no-bar bike. Check that out at the Manufacturer's Cup trailer, and you can also check out at the souvenir stand for Rockingham Dragway their brand new design t-shirt. It's an all-new design for 2016 for Rockingham Dragway, so show your stuff, show your loyalty, and maybe even show Dad some presents. Father's Day is next weekend. If my kids are listening, hey, there's a hint. And in this hot weather, I understand that the Italian ice vendor down there in the Midway is outrageously exquisite. So if you like a very frozen confection, looking for a little cool down, then they will be back tomorrow to hook you up with Italian ice. Many of the usual players are down there with us on the Midway this weekend. In addition to Rob Bush Motorsports, there's also Bates Leathers, MTC Engineering, One Stop Speed showcasing AEM Electronics, Fast by Gas, Baber Performance Motors, Grothis Drag Bikes, Chris Hand, all the other teams, and we are ready for Pingle Top Fuel. Roll them to the line. The track is groomed and ready for you. Pingle Top Fuel action coming up here at the DME Nationals, brought to us by Vance and Hines. One more round of qualifying for the pros about to take place. So grab the wife and kids and run up here. Let's have a look at Nitro under the lights. It's a whole different experience, whole different way to enjoy nitromethane racing. No less than what we have here, over 20 nitro-fueled bikes this weekend between Pro Fuel and Top Fuel. That's right, I think there's actually about 25 of them. Coming right up, looks like it's going to be Dave Vantine and Russ Sowers. Another one of these fun blown inline versus normally aspirated nitro Harley runs. qualifier at Valdosta just a couple of months ago. One of the quickest bikes on earth, Dave Van Dyke. You know, what's really fun about Dave's team is that he has taken some of the strongest players in this sport from other disciplines who haven't ever run nitro machines before, and he's integrating them into this program and seeing great results. There's one of them right now standing behind the bike, Joey Hahn, helping to line it up. Well, I'd like to claim him. He's no relation. Just another cool guy with a cool name. Of course, Joey Hahn, long associated with the Orient Express program in New York. Joey now lives in Florida, which is where all the cool people live. Some call it God's waiting room. That's Florida. The Gunshine State, some call it. I'll agree with that. So here we go. It's Dave Van Dyke, Joey Hahn, Greg Pollard, and crew. And a capable crew it is. So Russ Sowers is probably not going to get there first, but of course all Russ Sowers needs to do in the Pepsi lane is put down a good lap for qualifying. Russ Sowers from Meeker, Pennsylvania on his 2014 Harley. Our first 5-second pass of the weekend, and there you have it. Mr. Van Dyke looked really strong all the way out there, but very, very powerful to the 8th mile with that 3.90 8th mile pass. Russ Sowers, not bad at all, a 7:42. That should be an improvement over earlier, but now the focus turns to Corey Hogan and Larry. All right, we've got a vehicle and some people in a restricted area there at about 1,000 feet. A golf cart and some people. We've got to get you out of there before we can run these bikes. Golf cart at 1,000 feet. On the side of the track, you are not allowed in that grassy area. Got to get the golf cart and those people off the track up there near the 1,000 feet. And by being on the track, I mean you are on the grassy median area adjacent to the wall. That is a restricted area. You may not be there. Now, if you can hear me and you're not moving, I advise that you do, because if we have to stop the program to send somebody down there to get you out of there, we're going to be very dissatisfied. Takes the new style burnout. Close to the starting line, he rolls across it under full power. Now going to back it up on that 2016 McBride Puma machine. Of course, in the VP Racing lane, it is Corey Hogan on that amazing ATF1 powered machine, which we've seen run its quickest laps ever this weekend, as quick as a 6:12. Dave Van Dyke just squeaked ahead of Corey Hogan for the #1 qualifying spot. Corey Hogan would like to grab that back, and he's certainly capable of it on that new ATF1 powered machine. But Larry McBride in the Pepsi lane, definitely has a lot to say about that as well. So here we go. Nitro Fire under the lights. It is the DME Nationals brought to you by Vance and Hines. This is Man Cup. This is the world's finest motorcycle drag racing. Coming at you from the Rockingham Dragway. Two of the world's best right here, Corey Hogan and Larry the Spider-Man McBride. Goes 608 with a 5, and I think he clicked it a little early. Maybe not, because look at that, though. Larry answers with a 599. But Corey Hogan, 608 with a 5, his quickest pass ever, and another big mile-an-hour pass, 241. Now, I got to tell everybody, this is Top Fuel Drag Racing. This is not a club event down on the starting line. We're not going to fire the next pair until we clear that starting line. If there are discussions to be had, they need to be had off the starting line area. We cannot fire these two bikes until we clear the starting line of everybody that is not involved with these two bikes. Great job there, Allwine and Corey Hogan with the ATF1. And at this time, we're just going to stop the action until we get the starting line clear for safety's sake. Okay, and the golf carts that are parked just behind the wall on the right side, those got to go too. Folks, that's not a spectator area and not a parking area. All right, I know I invited you down here to watch Nitro under the lights, but you got to stay in the associated areas for spectating. So that would be behind the fence. So everybody clear the wall. If you are not a photographer with a pass, you do not belong behind the wall. All right, so we're almost there. And we've got a bike that went the long way down the track, which is to say, did not run out of track, but went past the last shutdown in an attempt to keep the bike stable without having to brake too hard, because we know what happens on these bikes when we try to hit the brakes too hard. They get a little unwieldy, so we're going to get that bike off the track here shortly, and we'll be ready to return to Nitro action under the lights. And I thank everybody for being aware of our safety needs. As we continue to clear unauthorized spectators from the starting line area, we finally have a safe atmosphere once again. We're going to fire him up. Now comes Sam Wills on the Nitro Conspiracy bike, taking on Mike Beeland on Don Johnson's amazing Top Fuel Harley. And as is typical when the inline bikes run the Harley, the inline's going to take the long burnout out across the line, and the Harley is not. Sam Wills, our event winner in Valdez earlier this year. Currently leading the points in Bingle Top Fuel, which is something that not too many men other than Larry McBride can claim in Man Cup competition now for the past few years. I think the only time Larry's not been leading the points was when Ian King got out ahead of him at a race a couple years ago. And because, of course, Ian was only able to come over for the one race, that points lead was erased shortly thereafter at the next race. But typically speaking, it is Larry McBride on the top of the point standings and no one else. So we love seeing the diversity, though, because the more racers we have leading points, winning races, and setting records, the better we are, undoubtedly. So now here comes Mike Beeland on DJ's thunderous V-twin Top Fuel Harley. Sam Wills has been in the fives on this machine. Mike Beeland, as a developing talent on the Top Fuel Harley of DJ, continues to improve. Should be a good matchup. Everybody get ready. Could be about a 670, 662, which could be his best yet on that machine. 662 at 202. Unfortunately, Sam Wills strikes the tire right off the starting line, and we are denied a side-by-side Harley versus inline pass, but so it happens. There's a lot of horsepower out there right now, and managing it, sticking it to the ground is the challenge. All right, everybody clear the starting line except for Chris Hand, Redneck Express personnel. And, of course, Rockingham track personnel. Chris Hand on the Redneck Express. A lifetime of effort here as well, like many of these Top Fuel bike riders. And this also is a Sam Wills build chassis, albeit one of a slightly older vintage than what Sam is building these days. But certainly not dated by any means. I believe this machine was put together within the last 10 years. Definitely a state-of-the-art piece from Chris Hand and the Redneck Express team. Chris, another member of the vaunted, highly sought after, and now closed MTC Engineering 5-Second Club. There could only be 8, and all 8 spots have been filled. breaks with a 5. Chris Hand is back in the 5s once again. Probably the most fun pass we've seen here all weekend. Here is a team who has struggled. Here is a team who has persevered and shown the determination that makes motorcycle drag racing the absolutely amazing sport that it is today. Sharon Hand out there in absolute glee after watching her husband Chris run the second 5-second pass of his career. Of course, we saw the first one 3 years ago at Indianapolis when Chris became one of the members of the 5-second club, and now he is back. Look at the joy and adulation out there as Sharon drinks it in. That was a beautiful pass all the way. Chris Hand now one of only 3 5-second bikes here so far this weekend. That could change before it's all done, but there you have it. Top Fuel qualifying in Pingle Top Fuel. Dave Antine, number 1 with the 595. Chris Hand, you just saw it, 596. Larry McBride, 599 for the 3rd spot. Corey Hogan, quickest pass of his career on the new ATF-1 powered machine. 608 with a 5 for the number 4 position. Number 5, Sam Wills, 617. Number 6, Mike Beelan, 662. Also a career best. And Russ Sowers, number 7, 708 with a 5. Congratulations again to all the Pingle Top Fuel racers, but especially Chris Hand for getting back into the 5s. Wonderful to see and wonderful to be a part of. Now we move into Hawaii Pro Fuel. Preston Bartlett taking on John McConnell here in the final round of qualifying in Ohio Pro Fuel. Preston looking good out to the ice mile, 466. 747 with a 9, improves upon his earlier 750. John McConnell, no improvement over his earlier 829, but he's getting track time. That counts too. Only manages a 963. Jeanette Thornley, on the other hand, goes 739, improves marginally over her earlier 741. That puts her in a number 3 spot. And Kirby Apathy still bringing up the rear. Next up, Tyler Wilson and Cliff Holly. Tyler Wilson on one of the new style Hawaii bikes. Cliff Holly on a Willie Hirschberger machine.
That's nicer over here.
tuned the machine. Cliff Holly currently having a great day, been 744. Number 4 qualifier. Tyler Wilson, a little further behind, only a 790. Good enough for the number 7 spot. So, strictly by the numbers, Cliff Holly looking much better so far, but do not count out Tyler Wilson on that new generation Hawaii-built machine, which has outrageous potential. It just hasn't been fully unleashed or fully realized here at this race. Goes 742, improves on that earlier number. 765 for Tyler Wilson. Also a big improvement. So Tyler Wilson moves into the number 7 spot with that number 765. Cliff Holly now number 4, 742 with a 5. And that is it. Kirby Apathy does not make the field. Johnny Vickers is number 1, 724. Rocky Jackson, number 2, 738. Jeanette Thornley, number 3, 739. Cliff Holly, just saw him go 742 for number 4. Jordan Cruz on another one of the Hirschberger tuned machines, right behind teammate Cliff Holly, goes 746. Preston Bartlett, 747. Tyler Wilson, we just saw him go 765. And rounding it out, the field of 8, John McConnell, number 8 with an 829. But Shane Epperjesi improves. 4:15. Now he's gone 4:13 for the number 3 qualifying position, right behind teammate Brunson Grothus. Nikki Curley remains in the number 10 position. And the man we love to call Gramps, lovingly of course, is back out there. Paul Gass, 66 years young, is ready to make a go of it with his brand new chassis on that Fast by Gas powered machine. Paul Gass currently number 1 qualifier, 412 with a 4, a mere 1,000th of a second ahead of Brunson Grothus and his 412 with a 5. the 4 O's have been reached here at Rockingham, and by none other than Paul Gass. And, well, you know, I won't kid you. If anybody was going to do it, he was certainly one of them that's capable. 4:08 with a 7, but it ain't over yet. There are still some heavy hitters who have yet to make a pass here in this third and final round of qualifying. Paul Gass retains his number 1 qualifying position and did it in a stealthy fashion because he didn't even run the second round. He decided to just hang out and see what everybody else could muster. And when it came time to throw down, he was ready. So great job there for the Fast by Gas Racing crew. No surprise, really. Outstanding work. Now comes Matt Profit and Cannell Smith. Matt's bike falls off badly, but Cannell Smith picks up nicely a 4:23. Previously qualified number 11 with a 4:33. That puts Cannell Smith into the number 6 spot. So nice move up there for Cannell Smith. Next up will be David Norris and Carlos Wilkerson. David Norris, almost 1,800 cc's of Suzuki fueled Fury sitting between the frame rails there. Wow. And I'll bet he's running just a little bit of nitrous oxide, as is Carlos Wilkerson. Dave Norris has been 421 with a 3, so he's in the hunt. Could drop into the teens this round. Carlos Wilkerson is currently qualified number 13. He's in the Pepsi lane. His 465 leaving more than a little bit of room for improvement. Now's the time. Both bikes improve, and dramatically for Wilkerson. He goes from 465 to 418. That's a big jump. Wilkerson, now your number 6 qualifier. David Norris, number 5. Still, no one threatens Paul Gass, but that could change. Tommy Saxon and Terry Wynn pair up against each other once again. Florida versus Georgia here. Right now, Tommy Saxon has been as quick as 4:25 with a 9. It's his turn to drop into the teens, and I think he can get it done this pass. Terry Wynn, on the other hand, has been only a 4:71, but we just saw Carlos Wilkerson pick up half a second in the 8th mile. No small feat. Terry Wynn's team is tough as well. Let's see what they have in store. But cannot hold on. Terry Wynn improves dramatically, goes 4:36. Will move up from the number 14 qualifying position to number 9. Coming up next, Mike Tien and Travis Davis. So, of course, coming up soon will be the street tire classes. APE Pro Street and Shinko WPS Real Street. We need you in the lanes. You'll be out right after Nitrous Express Pro Open. Track is clear. We are good to go. Both of these machines capable of diving deep into the teens. Travis Davis has been in the 4 O's as well. And look at that. Travis Davis just displaced Paul Gass for the number 1 qualifying position, as he's been known to do. Mike Tien, no improvement, but Travis Davis, nice work. Not only pulled down the quickest ET, but it also now holds high mile per hour of the event. Great work there to the Davis Racing team once again. I'd like to say you're getting good at this. Great work. So one racer remains here, it looks like, to see if there's anything left to say about the qualifying order. Brunson Grothis. And something is not kosher. All right, right now Brunson is on the 2-minute clock. It has turned the tire. We're going to see what happens. Ed directs him back in the water. And they decide that discretion is the better part of valor after all. Something's clearly wrong with the machine, and this is qualifying. They can let it go, take it home, fix it, and bring it back tomorrow. So there we have it once again. A very exciting final round in Falicon Pro Mod. Travis Davis goes 4:07 with a 5 to steal the #1 qualifying position. Yeah, but he deserves it. There's no doubt. That is one fine running program there. Paul Gast, 4:08 for the second position. Brunson Grothis went a 4:12 earlier to nail down #3. Shane Epperjesi, 4:13 for #4. David Norris, #5 at 4:17. Carlos Wilkerson, #6 at 4:18. Kennell Smith went a 4:23 for the 7th position. Spencer Allen, a 4:25 for the 8th position. 14 bikes here in Falicon Pro Mod. And there's your top 8 leading into eliminations tomorrow. Next up, Nitrous Express Pro Open, where anything can happen, and usually does. Up after Pro Open will be APE Pro Street. And then finishing out the Pro qualifying for the weekend will be Shinko WPS Real Street. Both classes should be fully inserted in the lanes at this time. And ET classes, you are on standby. You'll be on for your next round of eliminations. And as soon as we finish Real Street. Here comes Joey Gladstone on Tink Tink. The world's most amazing no-bar bike has been as quick as 6:46 at 223 miles per hour, touching ETs and speeds that previously were only available with huge, big slicks and wheelie bars and power adders and nitromethane. And here they are doing it all on a stock chassis Hayabusa. Simply mind-boggling what this bike has been capable of. Nikki Zaki from New South Wales is in the Pepsi lane, getting an assist from Mark Rendeluck. Gets a much cleaner pass, but does not improve upon the earlier 7:21. And at this time, the left lane has completed their qualifying effort for this round. Joey Gladstone must push back. And once again, all racers remaining in ET class competition, please come to the staging lanes. All right, fire the next pair. We need to clear the racetrack. Next up, Charlie Thies, and making his first pass of the weekend, Dennis Powell, a former event winner here in Nitrous Express Pro Open. Charlie Thies down here from Malvern, Ohio, on his 89 Kawasaki. That 89 Kawasaki being the victim of a blower and alcohol with a little bit of nitro. A very unusual machine, and Charlie has been working with this combination for a number of years trying to get it together. And it gets a little better every time, but he's still working on it. Dennis Powell has been in the low sevens with his machine. In a lot of ways, it's an old school funny bike, carbureted draw-through turbo, with a little bit of nitrous. Charlie Thies just about the cones. And much to our relief, he is able to avoid doing so. And we're going to get a good look at those bikes down on the other end. Because with all that mayhem and smoke, well, there's just no telling what those unique machines might have done. So we're going to hold tight while we get a good look at what's going on down track with those bikes. Unique situation we just saw unfold there in Pro Open. It was an instance where Nikki Zaki was taking her time getting up to the starting line, but auto start was in effect. Had she timed out, she would have drawn a red light. And it was just an inadvertent mistake for Joey to pull back out of the beams at exactly the point in time where she fully entered the beams. But that's how it goes. The tree gets thrown when all are staged. You back out of the beams, you do risk not being there when it's time to leave, and you will draw the red eye. So while Nikki Zaki was certainly taking her sweet time getting up to the line, Joey had nothing to fear. All he had to do was stay there locked in, and he'd have been fine. Had she taken too long, auto start would have fouled her out. But Joey took matters into his own hands right there, and it may not have been the right decision.
Yeah, we already did.
So a pretty wild couple of passes there in Nitrous Express Pro Open. Interestingly, Mark Rendeluk still remains at the pole position with his earlier 7:15. And if that holds, it'll be the first time in a while we've seen the number one qualifying position not even be in the sixes in Pro Open. But it looks like we're sending the dragging tractor down the track, and that can only mean one thing. There's a little bit of repair that needs to be done, so The racers that are currently in the burnout box need to be patient while we take a good long look at what's going on out there. I recommend they both roll out of the water and just sit tight while we get the big picture under control. And I've got a racer's distress call here. If anyone on the facility is able to weld mild steel, if you've got a TIG welder or a MIG welder, or even if you're handy with an oxyacetylene torch, which is a skill that I possess, but I just don't have any equipment here with me, please come to the tower and let me know who you are and what you've got, and I'll get you in touch with the racers that need your help here at the event this weekend. And once again, if you have mild steel welding capability on hand here at the race, either with MIG, TIG, or oxyacetylene, please come let me know. I am Bill, and I will get you and the needful racer hooked up so that repairs can be made. Hey, who knows? You might even be able to make a buck on it. So just a little bit of unexpected late night track maintenance here, but it can happen at any time. That's the nature of the drag racing sport. Stuff happens, and we have to be on top of it and take care of it. So we will be back up here racing as soon as we can. Everybody just sit tight. We'll be right back with you.
I left my phone in here.
Huh?
I left my phone in here.
And we're back at it. It's Nitrous Express Pro Open closing the deal with national champion Mark Rendeluk and Mike Chonglis on the Turbo Kawasaki in the VP Racing. Mark Rendeluk looking to dive into the sixes on this pass, certainly capable. Has been thwarted so far this weekend. He's got a lot on his plate because he's also helping out with the gal from England, Nikki Zaki. And speaking of gals on quick bikes, we've got another one coming up here right after this pair on this Pro Stock bike. She is, of course, taking a license pass. But first, Britain, but from down under. New South Wales, of course, being an Australian place. It looks like Mike Chonglis is going to push back, and Mark Rendeluk takes a single qualifying pass. Mike sputters off the line, and he's got to pedal it. There's no way he was going to stay in that all the way down. So he is denied. There will not be a 6-second qualifier in Pro Open this weekend. And that may be the first time we've seen that since Pro Open. Mark Rendeluk, our number one qualifier with a 7:15. Very, very unusual turn of events there in Pro Open. But in a class that unpredictable, that unrestrained, that just non-usual, anything can happen. It's from Kissimmee, Florida. She's going to take another one of these licensing passes. She's just learning. And DME Pro 3. At this time, all my ET classes should be in the lanes and ready to roll as well. So, ET classes, V-Twin ET, Pro ET, and Street ET all should be in the lanes, ready to proceed. Musters a 771 at only 153 miles per hour and continues to sharpen her skills on another licensing run. Good enough for the number 5 qualifying position in this relatively soft Pro Open field. Not something we've seen recently, but like I say, it's an unpredictable class, and boy, everything just went out the window. Express Pro Open. Moving now into a much more outrageous class in its own right. APE Pro Street, the world's quickest and fastest street bikes. Next up, Aaron Litton from Louisburg, North Carolina in the Pepsi lane, going up against Jamie Lopez in the VP Racing lane. Jamie is currently our number 6 qualifier with a 7:31. Aaron Litton not having a great weekend as far as finding it. He's only been able to get up an 11:30. And for a guy that just went into the 680s not that long ago, that is quite a fall from grace. But I am sure he will get it figured out quickly here with Rodney Williford on his team. It's just a matter of time. It won't be this pass as Aaron Litton continues to struggle, but Jamie's looking good. Jamie improves from a 7:31 to a 7:10. And he was number 6 qualifier. Now is number 4. Passed up Rocky Tinker and Brandon Mitchell. Coming up next, number 1 qualifier. So far this weekend's heavy hitter, Mark Paquette. All the way down from Howell, Michigan on that Macintosh machine, team machine. Going up against Jordan Haas. One of the Williford racers, Jordan Haas, has been an 877. Much room for improvement, but Mark Paquette, so far the cream of the crop, 686 for that number 1 position. Mark Paquette's on a pass, 447 to the 8th mile, 675 at 212. I don't know, that may be the quickest pass in Man Cup history in Pro Street. Certainly that competes with anything Joey Gladstone's put down. 675, boy, you could just hear it. And 447 at the 8th, that told the story. All he had to do was put the back half on that, and man, did he ever. Outrageous performance there from Mark Paquette. No one else is even in the 80s, and he dips out into the 670s. But it ain't over yet, folks, because the conditions that allowed Mark Paquette to do that are there for everyone to use to their advantage if they are able. And you know there are some bikes here that can do just that. Brandon Mitchell in the VP Racing lane, taking on Chris Connolly in the Pepsi lane. Connolly's looking good, just runs away and hides from Brandon Mitchell. Manages a 727, and while that's not competitive for number 1 qualifying position, Chris Connolly's program is brand new and he's still getting a feeling for it, so that may be one of his quickest laps to date. Looks like there's a little bit of concern down there on the starting line where Brandon Mitchell's bike just left. So we'll get a good look at it before we send Jeremy St. Julian down the track on a bye run, or actually a solo qualifier in this case. Jeremy St. Julian now takes the track. Getting a little help there from extremely successful privateer Walter Sprout. Jeremy Julian, 724. Another one of the developing Pro Street riders, and he'll be happy with that number. He has been, I think, down in the low 17s, but it all comes progressively in this class. Nobody that runs down in the 6s is doing it quickly. They have a lot to learn and refine on these machines before they can ever run a 6-second pass. Joey Gladstone now takes his shot. Rocky Tinker there with that 720. Not bad at all. Joey Gladstone is currently qualified with a 696. He's on a boomer as well. 456 in the 8th, about a 10th behind Paquette's numbers there, and sure enough, identical back half puts him at a 684. And that is the difference. Those machines are almost identical from the 660 to the 1320. But Mark Paquette's got Joey covered by about a 10th in the 8th mile at this point. Their 8th mile per hour and quarter mile per hour are identical. Their back half is identical. So it's all in that first few hundred feet that Mark is currently enjoying an advantage. Now, that is not an unshakable advantage where Team DME is concerned. That's for very sure. So rest assured, they will look at their data, they will understand what's going on, and they are likely to come back storming with a 670 pass of their own tomorrow, because they certainly have done that before. 670s have been on the DME hit list for some time. Attention ET finalists, we need you to the lanes as well as all bikes remaining in MPS Pro ET and Garwood Custom Cycle Street ET competition. So all you ET bikes, get you up to the lanes. And of course that would be MPS Pro ET Lane 4, Garwood Street ET Lane 6, and the 2 remaining bikes in D&G Chassis V-Twin to Lane 8. We'd also like to get the Grudge bikes up here for one more round to Lane 7. So Grudge bikes, brought to us by J.E. Pistons. Let's get you in Lane 7. That's Grudge bikes to Lane 7. Street, Stephen Dumas giving it his all. 049 light goes 940, slows down from his earlier 919, so that's no good. Eddie Chapman, who's currently our number 1 qualifier, just slowed up to an 8-second pass there. That will also do him no good, so no change there. Now we've got Marcus Hilton and Jason Herron. Jason Herron in the Pepsi lane has qualified so far with an 8:21. Good enough for the number 6 effort. Marcus Hilton just ahead of him with an 8:09. Good enough for number 5. Hilton gets way out in front with a 1:25 60-foot time. Improves on his earlier 8:09 with an 8:02. Jason Herron slows to an 8:44. No gain whatsoever. Next comes David Stewart. He's been as quick as an 8:03 up against Jamie Lopez in the Pepsi lane. Jamie's here from Statia from the Dutch Caribbean Islands. He's way back, number 7 qualifier with an 8:88. Good for Crazy 8s, not so good for Real Street. Once again, I need all ET classes back to the lane so that we may close out your competition for this Saturday race, as well as J.E. Pistons Grudge to Lane 7. Something sounded not good at all out there for Jamie Lopez. I hope he's still got an engine. David Stewart improves a little bit, goes 8 flat compared to his earlier number of 8:03, and he actually moves up a spot. Now he's number 4 qualifier. Just edged past Marcus Hilton. And there is Annabelle Merced. Barry Pryor, need you to the lanes immediately, please. Barry Pryor, please get you to the lanes. Now Annabelle Merced has his work cut out for him. That amazing all-motor real street bike of Joey Gladstone in the Pepsi lane. This bike's been in the 770s, and I believe we even saw a 760 out of it. So far this weekend, only a 787, but these guys are great for finding it when it matters the most, and it does right now. Joey does not get the 60-foot time he needs to really put down the number. Not even close. Annabelle Merced slows to a 799 as well. No improvement for either rider. So we got a final coming up here in D&G Chassis V-Twin and a couple more rounds in the other ET classes, MPS Pro ET and Garwood Custom Cycle Street ET. All right, V-Twin ET Finals. Barry Pryor Sr. mowed through the field to get there on that Honda VTX 1800. Going to take on Walter Houtailing, the man from Mystic, on that Suzuki TL 1000. So here we have it. A V-Twin final, and there ain't a Harley in sight. Very fascinating end to a very fun day in D&G Chassis V-Twin. Barry Pryor throws the 007 light, and I will predict that it is all over because Walter Houtailing comes out about a tenth behind him. Who would have thought it? Barry, when he needed to run on the dial the most, gives up the least. He cannot do it. Walter Houtailing, your winner today in D&G Chassis V-Twin ET. So Barry is just going to be devastated on that one. Throws a 007 light and gets beat with an 097. All right, do not make the burnout. The computer up here has decided to reboot itself. The ghost in the machine. take a little bit of grudge here, and the clocks are off. We will not be privy to the numbers. And Joey Gladstone, if you could please make your way to the lanes for Street ET. Joey Gladstone to the lanes for Street ET, please. Joey Gladstone, Street ET. Now we're back into MPS Pro ET. Getting down to the nitty gritty. There ain't many left, and there'll be half as many left after this round. VP Racing Lane, your winner. Tosses it all the way with a 005 red light. Bob Carlson, an uncharacteristically slow 117 light, but you know, at the end of the pass, only one racer will win. In this case, it is Bob Carlson. And the big man, Stanley Russell, going up against the fast man, Joey Gladstone. Joey's got to leave second, but leave smart and not red light. Joey's done a good job here. He's got a slight edge on Stanley Russell in the lights. Can he make it on the big end? Yes, he can. Joey doesn't run as close to his dial, but by virtue of his better reaction time, takes the win. So all remaining winners in competition, please come back to the lanes as soon as you can and we'll get this finished up. Including Bobby McCart there, who took out Barry Pryor. All winners back to the staging lanes ASAP. And if you have a grudge card and you're looking to get some runs in yet tonight, feel free to come on up to the staging lanes and we will accommodate you. Grudge to the lanes and we'll have some fun. And all ET winners right back to the lanes as well.